Okay. Hello, and welcome all and one to the Shakespeare Show. I hope that you are all doing very well. It's so nice to see all of you. Make sure to vote in the YouTube poll if you would please, so I can kind of know what to do after. Oh, I'm so glad to hear that, Gabby. So, for today, what we're going to be talking about is we're going to go over. So, I know that WhatIfAltHist did a video that's about the election, or a stream about the election, and I don't really want to talk about that. I'm not really a political commentator type, you know, person, I guess. Plus, I think like there are enough channels that give enough, good, far better than political commentary on anything like that. But since we did hit the dono goal with the previous book, the one about La Migra, which, by the way, if we hit this dono goal here to fund this book, we will watch some other form of bad history. I'm trying to find more options besides just Rudyard, but Rudyard just, it's when I heard of this one and I found out he had one of these, I'm like, oh, I have to go over it. And if we fill up this one, then I will go into doing something very much more serious, right? Where I will, go in depth about a particular topic, right? And I will, of course, let watch the Zoomer historian. No. Shakespeare Saturday. Yes, that's right. Hello, the big room. It's so good to see you. So good to see you both, Powerful Finger. Welcome in. So, first, let me turn off this music. There is plenty. Yeah, there is plenty. Nice to meet you all. I won't be there for long as I have family thing coming. Oh, no worries, Estelle. And thank you so much for all of your help the other day when I had a kind of impromptu, on Thursday. I came home from work. I was very tired, and I was like, with all the election coverage stuff, I was like, let's just watch a movie. But I do want to make sure that for those of you in the Discord, and make sure that you're in the Discord. Make sure to get in there, so that way, get in the castle, the Rainbow Castle. So then that way, you can also contribute to the movie suggestions that we will, of the stuff we can watch. Because Thursdays was kind of like I chose something because I had been wanting to watch it. It was very good in my opinion, which was The Judgment at Nuremberg. But it's one of those classic, black and white films. But we have a wide range of different films that we can choose from. Yeah, there are so many. So I hate when it starts. It's hard to find high quality bad history coverage in the past Giga Chad world. I know what you mean, because Rudyard is not the same, right? It's we need Giga Chad, but he decided to go too far off the deep end. And if we, and looking beyond that is Zoomer historian, who is, I don't want to watch that one. I just don't think that some of the stuff he says would be okay, on certain platforms. Well, on Twitch especially, I think that there's a bit more, thankfully, a bit more stuff. So yes, make sure to join the Discord if you haven't already. Oh, it's relatively warm. Yeah, here it's interesting in LA, and it never gets super cold, but as soon as it starts getting a little cold, like a little chilly, right? Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's one of the things, right? Like when he did the year by year biography of that guy, I was like, yeah, or the 7 hour one, 8 hour one of Mussolini. It's like, like, by the way, I know you probably couldn't see it last time, but I do actually have a gavel, so I actually, can uh can indeed give my judgment. So, but as I was saying, first I was thinking we could start with what if alt hist, just to sort of like, you know, see his very very interesting maps, because I don't know. He didn't do interwar or World War One biography. Well, I mean, there's definitely more content to come out. Like in the beginning, if you look at his like, I almost don't want to say his, his collected works. Hello, the Kieved. Welcome in. Welcome in. So again, we're gonna look at what if alt hist, for now, and then we're gonna talk about Mexican culture, and especially like Mexico City, right? Food and such, but also like other stuff. But I know like food tends to be. Your brain just died. Not that guy. Oh, you don't like what if alt hist? The gavel doesn't make the judge, right? That's very true. That's a very good point. This does not make me a judge, and instead, it's just it's a nice accoutrement of that stuff. But so like I said, but don't worry, the Kiev. Like this, hopefully we don't. I heard people call Mark Felton Bad History Channel. He's one of the big ones. I would have to check that out. Like the thing is that I like David's channel because he does like myths of ancient history. Mark Felton is pretty decent, because he does the myths, and then I feel like then I can expand on the myths because he's also like, it's like we're both contextualizing, right, and adding to the kind of misapprehensions, right, that people might have. Judge paraphernalia, right, exactly. It's judge paraphernalia. Although, like for me, it actually comes from when I would have to do meetings, because I would have to do like Robert's Rule of Order, and so I actually had to use the like gavel and stuff like that for meetings and such. It's not typical. It's not typical that that they actually let me keep it, but hey, So, oh no, not Lex Friedman. That's hilarious, actually. Okay, so we're going to see. No, not that. Sorry, I'm trying to resize the window that has the video, and it's kind of strangely formatted for his. We need to look at his map, right? Okay, so we see here his map of the world. Definitely very, is YouTube chat supposed to appear on screen as well? So from what I understand, one of the other mods told me that she doesn't believe that there is currently YouTube integration. There is only Twitch integration. So I wanted to do both, but that would be something that if I were to call, I mean, I don't want to call like a moderator meeting if it's unnecessary, but if I were to do one, it would be to like resolve some of the problems, like stream issues, right? And one of those would be to have both of them up there for sure. What do you mean, bruh? It's already started, hasn't it? It's already started. Because we're just here. I mean, I'm literally here looking at this map, and I'm just like,
You what?
you know. Already the regional othering, yeah. What religion is red? I think this is not civilization. Like, this is just like not any of the other civilizations in the map. Rudyard maps are the best. Yes, I've actually seen him hand draw a map, and as someone who likes to actually draw maps, like any very detailed ones as well, like where it's like a bird's eye view and you can see like each individual building and sometimes even like, anyway, they're interesting. They're interesting for sure. So I think we should just best get started.
Last major world civilization of the big ones that are around today, and I'm excited to cover it for that reason. This doesn't mean this is going to be the last of the civilization videos, since these are honestly my favorite of all videos to make, and so I'm going to have...
Oh, I bet they are. Okay, like, the first one so the first time I was ever introduced to WhatIfAltHist, I remember it was LFNF, a wonderful member of our community and very much a friend of the VOD, etc. And it was to review the Understanding Latin America. I don't think he understands Latin America, but light blue is the largest religion. Yes. Which is the West.
Civilizations like communism cover some smaller ones like the Jews or Tibetans and go back further.
Oh, Rudyard, you shouldn't say it like that. Look. Don't it's best like if you're going to talk about like a group of people and like their culture, well, if you're going to talk about the Jewish people, usually it's best to refer to us as the Jewish people, not the Jews, because, there's all that. Hello, if Elephant F, just as I mentioned you. I can't wait to what he says about why Greece and Rome fell. I mean, even in Siberia, yeah. I think it's because he's like saying like they aren't organized, right? Like they're not organized into a specific civilization. Although, what does civilization mean besides like what it means in a historical sense, right? Like literally when, like, if there are cities, right?
To ancient history as well. However, of the 4 big Eurasian civilizations, Islam or the Middle East is in some ways the most recent, but also...
Okay, sorry. I need to just like... the Middle East does not include like this. This is Central Asia, I probably shouldn't have to say this, but Eastern Africa is not the Middle East. Like usually the Middle East is this part of the world right here. So for him to call this the Middle East, for him to call like southern Spain, like parts of Andalusia, the Middle East, I don't know. I wouldn't. Telling this to some Spaniards, I don't think you would get a very good response from them. And it's interesting too because here he's considering part of like northern Turkey, I guess like Pontia, as being, and I guess like he doesn't even include Armenia in this. He instead includes like Georgia, I guess. He also doesn't include Russia, like Russia or southern Ukraine as part of Europe. And Cyprus is the Middle East, which is, Hello, Sasha. Welcome in. It's so nice to see you. Also, but I know Boy Meets Mini is not here right now, but this is literally like what the ideology of, the sort of the ideology of Modi, right? Like their maps literally like include all of this area, right? That like all of this can be part of, what they believe is like Hindu civilization. So there's that. But yeah, around 1300, this was not considered the Middle East. And I don't know, because it's like a really weird thing to like not include, like, I don't know, like these areas were populated. And in fact, they were even populated with Greek speakers, and even with some people would say Gothic speakers. Here we go. I want to live right in the center of Africa so I can jog and be a Muslim Sahel and other all in 1 hour. Right. Oh my gosh. Islam as a civilization, right? I mean, it's literally the like weird clash of civilizations, but taken on a new thing. Yeah, Hindutva. Thank you so much, Afelefinefe. What do the people in those areas all have in common, though? I think you know the big room. I think we all know. In the Middle East, yeah, I know. Yeah, the dude extended the Middle East to southern Spain because he believes the whole invasion myth. Yeah. I've never heard of the Horn of Africa or Sahel being. Yeah, it's not. It is, and definitely not East Africa. I mean, like, to say Ethiopia is the Middle East doesn't even make any sense. Middle East is also a colonialist term, right? I mean, like, that is why usually people will say MENA, right? Middle East, North Africa, or Sawana, Southwest Asia, North Africa. So there's that. Like, he's not showing. I don't think anyone has called, right. He's not showing anything about those regions. Yeah, he's just drawing lines. Like, I mean, like, this is a vibes-based map, right? Like, that's what it is. It's just a vibes-based map.
So the oldest and others. Islam has over 1 billion adherents around the world today, and the civilization...
Okay. Most of those adherents, I would like to just add, are not even in this... like, are not even in this sort of Kulturgemeinschaft, right? Like, it's not even in the Middle East. Like, the largest amount of Muslims in the world, in any individual country, is in Indonesia. So there's that. And also, like, to see it all as one huge hegemonic, like, group is to act as though there aren't so many subdivisions within Islam, and even just calling it a civilization as such is, an issue because, again, there are so many other things. Also, I wonder why he wants to include Georgia in Europe. Well, I think the reason why is because well, I don't know why, but I think it's because Georgia wasn't under, at the time in the map that he showed before, was not under Islamic rule at the time, whereas Armenia was around the time that the map is set. And yes, if you'd like to help with my research, you can always go do so at my throne, or you can also, look, if you're looking for other ways to support me, you can always go to my Cash App, Venmo, Patreon is also a really good way, and Substack. But do make sure to, of course, make sure that you're in the Discord. But again, this is, I mean, most of this area here, like, that's counting it as 100%, is empty. Like, I mean, it's literally the Sahara Desert, right? Or the Sahara. I mean, it's just the Sahara. I mean, yeah. Anyway, so, like, including all of this, right, which is often used in very propagandistic maps, right, kind of loses the point that, like, not all of these areas are habitable, right? Like the Rub al-Khali in this area is it's uninhabited. Most of the Sahara is uninhabited, especially the southern parts of Libya, the southeastern part of Libya, etc. So, like, this is why I don't like using maps in this way, because it kind of gives you a very... You are 10 seconds and already... No, I know, but, Pakistan might be the second largest Islamic country. Yeah, I think India has quite a few. I think it might just be... In fact, it might have more. Possibly. I don't know why that's coming to my mind, but he's just using percentages of population rather than raw numbers. It's super weird to see the entire Sahara region with the same density as Egypt. Right, exactly.
which is attached has changed the world in an irrevocable manner.
Oh, yeah. It's like when Republicans look at how much of the area of the country is red, but it's mostly... And again, 90% of Americans live within all of the major urban the conurbations along the two coasts and the major cities within the interior, right? So like this whole thing that there's like a divide between half of America being here and half of, it's actually 90% of America that lives, some distance away from the main conurbations, particularly like New York, et cetera, right? Chicago, LA, and then differences between the suburbs and then the exurbs before you even actually get to rural areas. So, but a lot of people like in exurbs and some of the suburbs like to consider themselves like rural for some reason. I don't like most of the land you see that is colored red is like empty. Like, I mean, there are maps that show like how empty the United States is. So
this video is its story. Dealing with injury can be a challenge for anyone in hearings, so you can get dial pound that stretches from Morocco to Pakistan.
Okay.
I'm not going to cover the Malay Archipelago since I already did.
Okay, sorry, just a weird. He decided to do an injury lawyer. Why is there such a difference of percentage between Malaysia and Indonesia? By the way, well, one is density of population. Another thing is that you do have other religions present in Malaysia. Like you do have Buddhists that live in Malaysia too. Because like, like if you go down to southern Thailand, right? Because when most people think Thailand, they think of Thai Buddhism, right? But if you go down to the southern parts, like where getting closer to, well, past Phuket, right? That island that everyone like was very touristy like a few years ago. That is, it starts to become more Muslim as you go further south. But in the same way, the further north you go up Malaysia, right, the more Buddhist it gets, right? And the more other religions are represented too, because there are Hindus, etc. But there's also like density of population, like Western Papua or West Papua, Malaysian have Chinese, Tamil people. I mean, yeah, and people from other parts of the subcontinent as well. People also from the Middle East, et cetera, right? It's far more diverse than people like to give it credit for, unfortunately, So still, it's reminds me of my cousin's family that lives in San Antonio suburbs and likes to pretend they're country cowboys or something. Right. Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's the same thing here in California. It's like, you live in the valley, bro. That's not like the countryside. That's the valley, like it's the valley. You're not out in the country. Central Asia will also get a video. Well, I mean, Balkans, Orthodox video. So I'm guessing he's going to talk about Bosnians and Albanians here, which maybe. It's strange though I don't know. There's just something else that I feel needs to be addressed.
That in my video on Southeast Asia, and I'm going to cover the Sahel in a future video on African civilizations.
Oh my goodness! Thank you so very much. Oh, 5 months. Thank you so much for the subscription, Omega Star. 5 months of amazing content. Thank you. I appreciate that. That is very kind of you.
For both Southeast Asia and the Sahel, they are Muslim. However, I don't count them as the same civilization, given they are geographically thousands of miles away from the Middle Eastern North African region.
Wait, but yes, they are thousands of miles away, but why then I mean, like Morocco and like Iran are not similar. Like, I don't know. This is what I always try to understand, right? Is like, what is it that, like, when people see, supposed similarities in XYZ cultures, right? Like, what is it that they're actually seeing, right? And literally, I can think of nothing else other than the flattened identity that is sort of sold and projected to people in, the global north of what Islam is, right? It's like, it's like they're gonna think of like minarets. I mean, essentially like Aladdin, right? Like it's just gonna be Aladdin, even though Aladdin takes place in China. Like if you actually read the 1001 Nights, it takes place in China. So can't wait to see. Oh, how are Nigerian Muslims connected to Iran, Saudi? Yeah, I mean the distance is similar, and it's just like same thing with like, I mean, it's the same thing. And if I may just make a quick analogy, right? When people try to say that, like now, right, with the state of Israel, right, that like Ashkenazi Jews, Sephardic Jews, Arab Jews, Mizrahi Jews, right, and Ethiopian Jews, as if like, like we're all the same. Like there's a commonality between us, sure, but we're not all like our cultures are not all the same. In the state of Israel, they try to flatten Jewish identity into one very Ashkenazi-centric identity, but it's not the full sum of the Jewish experience, right? So
also being geographically and ethnically distinct. They all had their own native, completely different civilizations, whose elites largely decided to label themselves as Islamic or
label themselves? I mean, that's a weird way of putting that, because so this is another thing too. Like it's a strange thing when people use words like they chose to label themselves, right? Like, so then you're questioning whether, or like this is a strange thing to even question, is whether or not their conversions were like, I mean, this is literally what Christians did against Jewish people, where it's like first they wanted Jews to mass convert under force, right? And then they're like, well, we forced them to convert. But did they actually convert on their own? Like, are their conversions real, right? And then, so it's weird to say like they just labeled themselves Muslim, because I don't know. It seems kind of strange to me to like have mosques, right? Like, have Islamic jurisprudence, right, et cetera, right, coming to bear on different places, and then an expansion that is, based in trade, but also based in religious ties. I also don't see what's the importance of noting the slave trade routes of the Middle Ages, because we know, I mean, and I hope that people understand this, that the slavery that occurred, or that the indentured servitude that occurred at that time, was not like chattel slavery, right? Like that is something that is completely novel, that is developed by Europeans. So like I don't know, I just find it strange when people like make it a point to bring up the slave trade routes when they were very different. I mean, like it's yeah. Oh my gosh, not a monolith. Yeah. The projected bias of negative stereotypes of what they do not want to be. Yeah, exactly. And see, that's how whiteness works, right? Like it's never a positive ontology. It's always a negative ontology, right? Whiteness is not this, right? That is the foundational aspect of it, right? Sometimes you have crap maps you have to choose. So you have to choose. I mean, true.
to be more global. It's funny to talk to Europeans, given they have a pretty unhappy relationship with Islam, given they've been their top competitor for centuries, and they're
Wait, but Islam is as European as Eastern Orthodoxy, Protestantism. I mean, in fact, like I don't know what this, like there are entire parts of Europe that have been majority Muslim in the past, or have had a plurality of Muslims or been under Muslim rulership. So I don't like to say it's their competitor. One, there would have to already be a European, and this actually goes to the key of it. I know some of the questions, that are interesting to your research, right? Is like there wasn't a common European identity at the time. There was a Christian identity that existed in Christian anti-Semitism, but there wasn't our top competitor. Yeah, way to show your whole ass, right. So nope, you're either Muslim or European, right? And it's like this weird, like, well, that's not how it actually works, though, because I mean, some of the most important, famous, Europeans were Muslim, so it doesn't make any sense. Nobody look at the Balkans; they're totally Christian. Trust, right? I mean, like the film that we watched yesterday in the Discord. Which, by the way, if you haven't joined the Discord, please make sure to join the Discord. Just type !Discord, and you should have a link to enter the Rainbow Castle. Because we often watch films in there. And so the film we watched yesterday, called The Last Sephardi, is like talking about how, like, the Balkans, from everything down from Salonika all the way up to, Sarai, which is also known as Sarajevo, right? And even like, essentially just every bit of the Balkan Peninsula was essentially, home to both Muslim and Jewish communities, right? That coexisted with their Christian counterparts. So Albania, pick a side, please. Oh my gosh. There was a Christian, I mean, I guess there was the concept of Christendom, right? I don't know if I want to call it the Christian world, right? Because Dara al-Islam is not, like, you know what I mean? But I see what you're saying. I see your point. Um,
Countries have some problems with Muslims today. However, Islam
okay, he did that. I didn't even do the like he did that. Uh, what are you trying to say, bro? Like, with that little fake throat clearing, like, why is it that some Europeans have issues with people who are Muslim now? That's not a question you will actually ask. Instead, you will take it for granted that there must be some inherent difference between the two groups of people. But there isn't. Again, like I said, there were Muslims living all over Europe, and it doesn't even have to be only in places where they accounted for such a large community, right? That it was enough to, be a Muslim, emirate or kingdom or part of the Ottoman Empire, etc., right? It doesn't, like, that's not the only way that can exist, right? Conflating Islam and Europeanness is blatant white supremacy. No, it is. It is. And this is one of his older videos. I mean, this is why I chose it, because it's like a year old. Yeah. And yes, if you'd like to help my research, currently trying to get this book here to read, called The Violence Never Leaves You, talking about the pogroms that the U.S. committed along the South, in South Texas, along the Rio Grande. It's very compelling. But anyway.
Islam is actually one of my favorite civilizations. I just find them very compelling. I grew up in the wake of 9/11, where radical...
Oh, great. I use it's very compelling, and now he uses it's very compelling. I mean, another thing, too, is he's erasing the fact... It's erasing the fact that there are other religious traditions that exist here, right? Like, Lebanon, for example, is even Cyprus. Like, Cyprus is, like, even if you were to get rid of the Republic of Northern Cyprus, right, and just have it as it is, it would still be a majority Greek Orthodox, at least nominally speaking, country. Same thing with Turkey. Like, there are lots of Turkish Christians, and Istanbul is, like, the center of Sephardic Jewish culture, at least, like, in the world, like, overall speaking. Like, on the Gulf Coast here, along the Persian Gulf, you actually have a lot of Christians, because there are actually a lot of, like, uniate churches with so they would be considered like Roman Catholic, that live in this part of Saudi Arabia, Same thing with, in Iraq, right? And another thing is that there's no added distinction between, because even this, he ends it at the border of Turkey, but now he's like not showing Kosovo, right? Albania, Bosnia and Herzegovina, right? Like he's now ignoring other regions, right? At the expense of trying to create a single. Oh my goodness gracious. Thank you so very much, Boy Meets Mini. 10 months. Wow. Free Palestine, Syria, and Lebanon. Let's go. My country also has a rich history of atheism. Our debate basements go back thousands of years. Well, like, yeah, I mean that's a very interesting point to make too. In that, during what is often called the like Islamic Golden Age, right? And Boy Meets Mini, it's funny. Like I actually had invoked you earlier to discuss something that he had mentioned about. He did his own version of the Hindutva map. Like, I'm not even joking. He did it himself. Rudyard did it himself. Painting any part of Africa as homogeneous. Yes, Boy Meets Mini summoning ritual perfected. Indeed. But yeah, he essentially did his own. He essentially did his own Hindutva map. Yeah, it's never on any of his maps. Neither is New Zealand, of course. Typically you can see them span from this went like that. It literally included like it went from Bangladesh to Myanmar to Thailand to like Philippines. I was like, what is this map, Australia equals religious quantum singularity. Imagine. Oh my gosh, they don't even know what the wheel is. Well, yeah, Bali would be one of the exceptions, right? But and also like Singapore, you could make the case, right, for well, I mean, if you were to think of it as a country as opposed to like essentially a city-state, right? You could say these regions, although it would be more like parts of a city, right, are majority, right? Singapore and Malaysia. Oh yeah, I mentioned that too, right? That Malaysia has a large Tamil and Malayan speaking as well diaspora. So does Myanmar, right? Exactly. So
Islam, not unfairly, was portrayed as the bad guy. However, I was always curious about what
not unfairly. I think he just said everything I needed to know. Like he said, it wasn't unfair that Islam was portrayed as the bad guy. Which, just gonna say right now, like that is just very wrong. Very wrong. Just no.
Islam had going for it, where it was able to convince so many young men to commit suicide for it. I've been to Tunisia, Turkey, Egypt.
Oh my gosh. Like, see, this is another thing that I was discussing in VC yesterday. It's like it's the same thing with Mexico, right? It's like very similarly, right? It's like instead of talking about militias, like say in Libya or in Syria, etc., right? Like there, it's the cartels, right? It's like everything is a cartel, like, did you ever know anybody in a cartel? Did you ever, you know what I mean? It's like you can never escape them, and that's all. Like, and then people only focus on this one particular thing of that is not is like the populace doesn't accept. Like, it's not like we want this to be the case, right? Like we suffer most of all, right, from the entire thing, and yet people want to always associate all of all Mexicans with the cartels themselves, right? And it's like, no, because like in America, I mean, I've heard it before, right, that it's like, oh, anybody could be like a drug mule, right? Like, and essentially using that to justify like the idea that I forget what state it was. I want to say it's Texas, that they voted to like essentially legalize the like racial profiling. Best way how I mean the simplest way how I could put it, of people that look like they're in the country illegally. So, you know, we already know what that means. And to do this because of public safety, right? Because of fentanyl or whatever, right? But it's like, that's crazy. It's childish at absolute best. Oh, for sure. Is this a video or a podcast? This is a video. It's just that this is like older, right? Like when I saw that he had one, because like I've studied like in my own like study of Jewish history, the overlap between, especially because I focus a lot on Sephardic history, is that eventually means I also have to study like Islam, right? And Islamic history. Doesn't mean I know this. It's not my area of expertise, but I, you know, watching this video is definitely, you know, yeah, it's a very recent invention. And again, it's not even like, it's not something that other people, fentanyl. Oh yeah, when they call it fentanyl, it's nil.
Egypt and Qatar. One of the biggest running jokes on this show is how into the possibility of a future Turkish empire I.
What? A Turkish empire? Okay. So why would, okay. Now I'm actually, okay. So I want to see where he went to, where he said he went to. Let me put on the subtitles really quick, because I actually want to know.
Going for it, where I was able to convince so many young men to commit suicide for it. I've been to Tunisia, Turkey, Egypt, and Qatar.
So he's been to Tunisia, the most secular, by far one of the most secular countries in the Middle East and North Africa, that actually still has, on the island of Jerba, still has like it's like an ancestral Jewish population, right? That's been there for, since time immemorial, as far as we know. Turkey, also a country that, like, in the 20th century, secularized its entire like society. Egypt, also very secular, and Qatar, which is like a Gulf monarchy where you do have like, more of like visible, I suppose, like people dressing kind of like how people expect Muslims to dress, etc. Because like typically, like when I was in Syria and when I was in Jordan, like most of the time people are not necessarily wearing thobs, right? Like the robes that you see here. Like usually they would wear that on Friday when they would go to Friday prayers. But generally everybody was just wearing like regular Western clothing, right? Typical Western clothing. The only place where you see people really like wearing it a bit more is in like the Gulf monarchies. But even then it's like, that's regional wear as well, right? Like the more modern interpretation of martyrdom in a way came about during the Iran-Iraq war in the 80s. Yeah, I mean, I actually think that you might be right in saying that, in making that distinction, because one, like calling someone a martyr, which I just want to clarify here, saying someone is a shahid is something that Arab Jews say, that Arab Christians say, and that Arab Muslims say. Like, so like, yes, it does mean martyr, but like it's like how we call, well, like it's like how in Mexico, for example, I'm going to just try to make a very brief analogy. Like we call the cadets of the military academy in Mexico City, in Chapultepec, that would rather wrap themselves in the national standard and plummet to their demise, we call them los niños héroes, right? Like we call them heroes, right? Now, I'm not saying that that's a typical thing we call people, but like it's focusing on the usage of a term that, or something else too. It's like any time we hear of someone's death, right? You will often see me say, right? You often see me write in capital letters, right? BDE, right? And what that stands for is Baruch Dayan Haemet, right? Blessed is the judge of the truth, right? And that's obviously a reference to Hashem, right? To God. And I do that that's our way of saying, like we are recognizing that someone has passed, regardless of whatever faith they might be of, etc. It's just our way of saying it, right? Just like how there are, other ways of saying it in the same way in Arabic and in Christian cultures, it's etc., etc. And then we will say, may their memory be a blessing, right? It doesn't matter really who it is, right? But like I will say that about anybody that I hear, right, that has passed. But there are some people that would be like, oh, why are you saying something like that? Why are you bringing up? But like shahid just literally is just used openly as a way. Reddit Turkish nationalists probably share this map. Yeah, I could see it. I think this may come from Ian Bremmer or one of those five heads, like the five heads of socialism, or the four heads. The UAE is peak secular. I mean, it's very interesting because the more and more you have this like facade, right, of religiosity, right, the less you actually, throughout the world, it's just become more secular over time. Like in Mexico, most people I would say are like, would maybe call themselves Catholic in the sense that they do call themselves Catholic in the sense that that it's seen as like a cultural thing. But do they attend church? No. I've literally been to like very beautiful cathedrals during what should be like the height of, I don't want to say mass season, but like during like the Easter season or during Christmas, etc., right? And it's like they usually don't get that full, like, and if they do, it's usually the day of, right? It's like they will go for that, or if they're doing a baptism, or if they're doing like these rites of passage. But like, but same thing. It's like the synagogues that I know of in Mexico. It's like, are they usually open every single day so I could go daven 3 times a day? No, they're not actually. They usually just open from Friday night until Saturday night. So, interesting. Yeah. Also, hoot Daymel.
The biggest running jokes on this show is how into the possibility of a future Turkish empire I am.
There already was a technically speaking, quote unquote, right? It's very interesting though that he leaves out Israel. I just noticed that. I didn't see that the first time. I'm glad I went back. That he leaves out Israel. Of course, Israel does not get included in this Turkish empire because, empires famously love being, non-contiguous. Why is Israel left out? I wonder why. I wonder what it is about Israel that makes it, Yeah, and the U.S. Christians cite lack of church attendance in Europe as the reason why those countries... Yeah, that's completely... lack of church attendance. Like, the United States also, literally, the pews have never been emptier. The only... with the only exception is the most extreme, right, evangelical churches have people going, but it's because they, essentially do a full-on, show. Also, why isn't... Oh, like... it's weird to just why include North Macedonia, right? And so I guess in a few after the Russo-Ukrainian war, I'm guessing that he thinks that Ukraine is just going to give up this part of Ukraine to the possible Turkish Empire, which I don't know how Armenia. I'm sorry, like, all things considered, I just don't see Armenia and Greece willingly joining any Greek anything. Pardon me, joining any Turkish, like empire type of thing like that. I don't think that's going to happen. Most of my family mostly goes for holidays, basically just for Easter and Christmas. Right. Like, I'm just like looking at this and I'm like, no, like, it's like maybe you could make an argument for Azerbaijan, but there's Armenia there and Georgia right there. Like, like, it's anyway.
Although she's an American of British ancestry, my mom grew up in Iran and has told me lots of stories about it. Muslim countries are...
Okay, there we go. So he is an Anglo. He's an Angloid, as some people will say, but his mother was raised kind of like how a lot of Americans were raised, quote unquote, in Cuba, before the revolution. So yeah, geography, east, west. I don't know why part of Punjab, like very southern part right here, would be considered the east, but otherwise majority would be the west. Because like a lot of people, I don't know, like I'm just looking at this and I'm like Delhi would be, like New Delhi would be right here. So I'm thinking, if this is, East TM, why, like a decent argument can be made for this. Bruh, like, the Philippines is majority Catholic, so there's that. South Korea has a large minority of Christians. East Timor is majority Christian. West Papua is majority Christian. In fact, they're Protestants. So I don't really see how this is the divide. Like, and I also don't understand how this divide also literally goes right through parts of Tibet. Like, oh, this is West Tibet, this is Western Tibet, and then this is Eastern Tibet, so I don't know. This is and also I've never seen people include like the Middle East, right? This tiny little part of Eritrea and all of North Africa as being the West, let alone like Central Asia. But okay.
Fascinating in how they're different from the West, but at the same time, of the main Eurasian civilizations, they're by far the closest to us. We both follow Abraham.
Oh my gosh, what does that even mean? What is of the Eurasian civilizations? I mean, what, they speak Indo-European languages like in Iran? Sure, fine. I mean, if you want to say that, I mean, like in Iran, churches, like, besides some, specific details, right, that change between the way in which one architecturally designs a church and a mosque, generally speaking, there is that difference. But I mean, the interior stuff, like all of the geometric designs and stuff like that, or the tile work, the usage of stained glass, et cetera, right, like our flower motifs, right, that exists for any religion. I mean, literally, like the main synagogue in Tehran, like has also those elements as well. So, and as for like Central Asia, I mean, again, what does that mean, right? Like, what does this specifically mean? Because like when people say Abrahamic, right, people will, like, this is why now the term Judeo-Christian is used as a way to like exclude Islam, right, from the Abrahamic faiths, right, as a way to say, well, there's this unique one, even though I will kid you not, Judaism is by far more like Islam in almost every way than it is in any shape or form like Christianity. I'm just going to put that out there. And I know this just from personal lived experience.
Religions that worship the same God. We're both heirs to the Greeks and the Romans in our own ways, and the Middle East and Europe are genetically the same race. This is a video to
Oh gosh, genetically. No, my God. Not genetics. Let's not bring up genetics, please. So Afghanistan is in the West. Yeah, he's saying Afghanistan and Balochistan and, and apparently Saudi Arabia, Yemen, right, that they're all in the West too. So, and also parts of Siberia, which I have never seen. That makes sense. Yeah. But he's saying like places that speak like, European influenced languages like Tagalog, right? Like as a national language, and even have a Creole or Chavacano, like the Philippines, right? And are, very ardently Catholic, are part of the East. I mean, also, have people ever seen the Spanish plans? Because so when they took over in 1565, the Philippines, right? When they declared it a capitancy, their plan was actually to, and they built 2 forts in Taiwan, claimed it as part of the Spanish Empire, but they did have a plan to not only convert, but to actually try to conquer all of China. They chose otherwise because they realized that, that wasn't going to happen. If only he knew how white supremacists thought of most of the places in Orange, right? I mean, like when he's saying genetically, I'm thinking, what do you mean by that, right? Because there are some people that like, when it comes to their 23andMe's, if it's not on this side of the Mediterranean, the northern side of the Mediterranean, and even more so like countries that have like a Black Sea or a Baltic Sea coast, yeah,
explain the civilization that in some ways is a bizarre mirror image of the West. Islam is the young...
Wait, how is it a bizarre mirror image? Literally, Europe copied. I mean, like, Edward Said goes into this very well in his book Orientalism, as well as like a book like Imperial Leather, which is queer theory. If you want to look at like the dynamics of queerness vis-a-vis like Orientalism, etc., very highly recommend. Even terrorist assemblages, which is actually very pertinent right now because it talks about like pink washing and the idea of homo nationalism, which again you see that with people in the United States, but especially with people like in Israel, for example, right? Hello, Narwhal. It's so good to see you. And so, yeah, like Europe copied so much. I mean, like I've seen the manuscripts, right, in Italy, where they literally copied it, like when it came to astronomical ones, right, to where even the letters, right, that they used were the exact ones, were the exact counterparts of theirs in Arabic. So like you could tell that they took the model from, Aleuclides and then moved it over into Latin, and just wrote it in Latin. So another thing is, I don't think Israel sees itself as like part of this sphere either, right? Like it loves to tell people that it's somehow part of the West, but I don't know anyway.
Are the 4 main civilizations in Eurasia, but its roots also go the deepest. The Middle East really is the graveyard of civilizations.
That's a weird thing to say. If you only... no. Like, I mean, it's weird to say this because, like, when he says the graveyard of civilizations, I mean, he's projecting the idea of civilization to just, like, similar characteristics, some, linguistic unity in terms of language family. I mean, the definition of civilization, when we're talking about ancient history, is where you have cities, because that's literally the root word of civilization, civilis, right, or civitas, right, or civitas, right, meaning city. And so what you have is the first civilization, Sumer, which we don't actually know what language family it's from. Like its language has not been fully decoded, right? Like there are some things we know because there were lists for Babylonian priests where they would learn like this, like we know some of the sounds, etc., right? And names for things, right? But Babylonian, right, is a Semitic language, right? It is one of the and also I want to make this point very clear. I think I said this on stream before, but I just want to make it clear again. The usage of the term Semite, right, actually does not refer, like when people often try to say, well, Semite also can refer to blah, blah, blah. That's, if you're trying to use that, even if with the best of intentions, right, when it comes to the, misuse and abuse of, anti-Semitism as such, right, as a concept. What we have to understand is that the phrase antisemitismus was created as a way to replace, in scientific language, right, the idea of Judenhass, right, Jew hatred, right? So that's the reason why anti-Semitism typically, right, refers to only a racism particular to Jewish people, right? Because it's part of a long trajectory of the racialization of the Jewish people. There are no Semites, quote unquote, right? Like that is, like saying that there are is literally reviving like 19th century racial ideas right now. There are Semitic languages, and the people that speak them would be called Semitic peoples, right? Like in the way how people often try to say it. But they're not like, it's not an ethnicity. It's not a, it doesn't mean anything like that, right? That, like, in fact, it even comes from an earlier, like, an earlier understanding of, like, the difference of different peoples as such, right? Because you have Japhethians, who are Europeans, or at least thought to be, right? Shemites or Semites, right? That are the descendants of Sem or Shem, right? And then Hamites, right? Or Hamites, who are, again, the three sons of Noah, right? They each represent a different people that was, you know what I mean? So like when people say that and they refer to it as though it's like a genealogical or a, ethnic category, it's like, no, that's not the case, right? Semitic refers to, like, in the way how when people try to broaden it, it only refers to languages, right? To northern Semitic languages like Hebrew, like Aramaic, etc., southern Semitic languages, etc., etc. But it does not refer to the people as such. Only if they speak the language, then they are Semitic speakers, right? But that is not like a way to describe a people group, right? The fact that it was used to describe a people group, right, was because of the idea of scientific anti-Semitism, right? So, right, people speak Semitic languages, aren't necessarily the same ethnicity. Oh, right, yeah, that's the origin of the term. Yeah. No, I mean, I just want to, because, like, there are people who will often say, oh, well, Palestinians or Arabs are Semites, and it's like, no, like, when you're saying that as if the race science of the 19th century were true. And I don't think that people mean to do that, right? Like they understand the implicit racism, right, in what the person who came up with the term was trying to do, right? To scientize, right? The idea of Jewish hatred, right? Of Jew hatred, I should say, right? Or Judeophobia, which is another term that exists that is used to describe essentially anti-Semitism or anti-Jewish hatred before the construction of the idea and the concept of anti-Semitism, right? Because what you get at that point is that the hatred should not be made on merely religious grounds, right? It instead should be based on racial grounds, right? So again, it's part of the racialization of the Jewish people. So yes, people that speak Arabic speak a Semitic language, but they are not quote unquote Semites, right? There are no Semites, right? Like, we're not the descendants of one of the sons of Noah, right? You know what I mean? So he just has this liberal idea of civilization that they had in the 19th. Yeah, we'll see the key of it. Like, it's important that to know that, like, he doesn't read anything before 1965, right? Yeah, exactly. The concept of Semite as a race was surprised. Yeah, in Germany, and it wasn't Amalek, Esav's son. Yes, but what's interesting is that it says in the verse, right, that it's only supposed to happen to, like, well, I mean, well, like, another thing would be like Cain and Abel, right? Cain, it says it's only going to happen to his son, but people use it as like the mark of Cain or whatever, right? To think of it as like it being a permanent status, but it's very specific. Actually, it says like your son will suffer because of blah blah blah, and in fact, he does. Hello, the Ferret King. Welcome in, my best pal. It's so nice to see you. Which is the entire basis for the 75-year occupation. Right? Yeah. He doesn't read anything was enough to explain. Well, he does technically read something, but it's just he thinks that, after 1965 or really 1970, everything went woke because the Frankfurt School, which of course, makes total sense that literally after Adorno died is when Adorno had, total control of the universities because he died in 69, for Pete's sake. So anyway, the point being that, like, when he's talking about civilizations, one, I wouldn't call it Jews. Jews are, like, it's a weird thing that it's called that. There was Elam, right, which still exists. Like, that is still a region in Iran. It's called Elam. And that is actually, Middle Elamite is another language that that their script has yet to be, or has been recently deciphered, or is needs people to help it be deciphered. But they speak an Indo-European language, right? Part of the Iranian languages, right? The Iranic languages, right? Indo-Aryan. What that refers to is specifically to the languages of northern India, particularly the primary example being Sanskrit, right? Like Vedic Sanskrit is the oldest of the written Indo-Aryan languages, right? Aryan does not refer to people. It does not refer to a people group. It refers to people that spoke a particular language. And to this day, there are Indo-Aryan speakers, but there are no people that, like, it doesn't refer to the person itself, right? Same thing like with the concept of like Arab, right? Or et cetera, right? Like, or a German, right? Quote unquote. Like, when we're talking about like Germanic peoples, right? Like during the Roman times, right? We're not talking about an ethnic group. Historians are talking about people that speak Germanic languages. That's it. That's the full scope of that right there, right? Same thing with Iranic, right? Like, that just refers to people that speak an Iranic language. So Farsi, Kurdish, Ossetian, or at least the contemporary ones, right? Pashtun, Tajik, Dari, et cetera, right? So, like, in the same way that Arab used to mean people that speak Arabic, right? Like, that was, like, technically speaking, that's what that means, like, in one sense, right? Let's see here. Uh, Instead, I spent most of the time learning French, which is useful because it's spoken in a lot of places because of colonialism. But then I took Japanese because okay, and that's not useful. Well, I mean, it's useful if you are always encountering those. Like, I never liked this idea that, like, I'm not going to learn a language because XYZ reason, right? Because, like, there are people who don't learn Bengali, right? Because they say, well, there are more Bengali speakers than there are French speakers in the world, but it's limited in, geographic scope, right? But also not, right? Like, there's a diaspora, right? So, there are many other things to consider, right? So yes, in terms of civilization, this really wouldn't be considered its own because, one, Jews refer to Judea, right, which wasn't its own civilization. It was just a kingdom that existed at one time. Same thing with Armenia, like this is, or with Persia, like Hittites are one thing, the Phoenicians are another thing, right? Like, anyway, sorry, I didn't mean to go off on that long tangent, but we speak English, but almost none of us are English ethnically, right? And that's because, oh, thank you so much. I'm glad that I'm saying it correctly. Wait, did he just circle Himyar? I guess so. Isn't that the way at the end of debatable if it is even classical? Yeah. Well, there is classical Sanskrit, and then there is Vedic Sanskrit, right? Those two things are two separate time periods of the language development. Vedic was the first written form, right? And like the oldest things that you have are like the Rig Veda, etc., right? But you can see the connection between Indo-Aryan languages and then the Iranian languages because you have similarities, right? In specific terms. In this case, you have the Bhagavad Gita, right? Which is, famously, it's supposed to be a sort of song. I mean, like, Gita means song, right? And in Zend, which is the language of the Zoroastrians, right? They have the Gothas, right? Which are the songs of Zarathustra, right? So you have Gita, Gotha are related. They both mean the same thing. And then you have it also being related in the European side, with it being related to chant, right? Chanter, right? To sing in French, but chant in English, right? So, right. And so that's where you have like le chanson de Roland, right? The song of Roland being, like the Bhagavad Gita I'm not trying to compare them thematically, but in the sense that they're both epics about, so also the Indo, yes, Uttar Pradesh, etc. Yeah. Also, the Indo-Aryan designation is used for imposition of Hindi. Right, exactly. A modern invention of a language based on 56 older languages. Guess when it was invented? When the Brits allied with the Delhi Sultanate. Yeah. Like, that's one thing that I wish that people would understand, that, like, when you have colonialism, right? Like in the subcontinent, in Latin America, etc., whatever religious systems or whatever structures that exist that sort of continue on and that often exist until the present are the ones that were allowed to exist, right, as per the colonists, right? Like, it's the same thing with like indigenous traditions, right? Only the ones that were not seen as, right, as like absolutely quote unquote heretical, etc., etc. But yeah, definitely, we should definitely schedule that. I would love to talk about that, because I did have to learn. So when I was doing, so for my own research, pardon me, for my own research, for my own studies, this is when I was still doing undergrad. I actually wanted to learn like, wanted to go and do like learn a lot of historical linguistics stuff. Again, right, because it applies very well into some of the stuff that I do, right, is seeing like, but the person that I worked with, the professor that I worked with at the time, mainly did Indo-European languages, and I a lot of times I work with the Afro-Asiatic languages, which is another of the world's language families that includes the Semitic languages, right, etc., which includes like Amharic in Ethiopia, Hebrew, Aramaic, etc. So one of the things like I actually remember is him writing out because it's a syllabary, right? Right, using the Brahmin script, right? He wrote out like pata, right? And I'm just like, I just remember that very clearly. And I remember that our final exam was literally, I'm gonna give you three texts to choose from. You have to translate two of them with no notes, no nothing. Like you just have to translate them from whatever it is to modern English. I'll never forget that because everybody was super, super nervous about that. But yes, we definitely can talk about that. I took a year of Huateska Nahuatl. Oh, that's interesting. It's funny that you say that because that was actually one of the things that I was like, I haven't really been keeping up with practicing Nahuatl because I just like some of the people that I used to know when we used to have like a group that would talk with different people around like LA or whatever, is that there were quite a few people that did speak Nahuatl as like their mother tongue, and so we would chat and everything, but it's just been a while because of COVID, right? But I would really, really like to get back to that because I think it's incumbent upon people that live in like a colonized land, right, to learn the language of the indigenous people of that land, right? At least in my opinion, right? Like it's why I've reached out to professors in the past, like to see if they have any recommendations for textbooks or language learning stuff, so that way I could learn one of the languages from the many Californian peoples, right? That like there's so many indigenous people in California that were just considered our own cultural space because of that. Some really nice looking scripts in that region. Oh yeah, in India, yes, for sure.
Given that for civilization's first 3,000 years, it was mostly just in the Middle East. This region had Elamite Mesopotamia.
No. That's not true. It was not just in the Middle East. There were other civilizations which emerged that were nowhere near the Middle East. It's just that the first one was in the Middle East, and that the next two that appeared, right, temporally, right, were Elam and Babylonia, right, or essentially what would be Babylonia, right. But you have the Indus River Valley civilization, which is by far the largest of all the ancient civilizations, and that developed independently, right? And in fact, we don't know what language they spoke. We don't know a lot about them because their script has never been deciphered, but they already had like modern irrigation practices, indoor plumbing, stuff that, seems like, oh, there's no way they could have had that, in the primary civilizations, right? Like the first ones to have ever existed, but they had it. and a lot of it is that they think that it has to do with the the like glacial, climate change, right? Climate change, essentially making what was one of the tributaries of the Sarasvati River, often called Saraswati as well, but Sarasvati River, essentially dry out a huge region and essentially cause a drought. But in terms of water and handling that, like that actually was one of the things that we know that the Indus River civilization, also called the Harappan civilization, were very good at. And from what we understand just from the archaeological evidence, is that there were no kings, and that there was very little, like in terms of like like militancy, right? Like having armed forces, having so there's so much we don't know. Then the other one you have would be on the Yangtze River Valley, which, I mean, again, is a whole, again, completely divorced from all of this, where it's, even farther away, right? Because eventually you do have trade between the Harappan civilization and Mesopotamia. Like, there were ships, that would sail from, ports in what is now Iraq, and Iran and Kuwait, and then they would go to ports along the coast of what is now Pakistan and the Sindhi province, and yeah. So again, transporting things like lapis lazuli, right? That would eventually then be sold off to the Egyptian civilization, right? So yes, these three were close to one another, but in terms of like human scale, they were very far away, right? Like walking from Egypt to Mesopotamia was a long walk. I'll just put it like that. Yeah, I'm interested in indigenous languages. We have a lot of Oaxacan immigrants too, so I want to learn Zapotec or Mixtec. Well, Zapotec is the most spoken, but both of them are protected under law, in both nationally and federally. If you want, I will try to see if I can find some other some resources that I might have from Zapotec, because I think I do have some, but I just need to check. Dude outright ignores the Harappa civilization. Yeah, I mean, he's ignoring it, I suspect, for a reason. More work needs to be done in Pakistan on this. Yeah, very true, very true. I especially after the large floods that happened several years ago, I think that like the sites at Mohenjo-daro and also Harappa and other places, especially along the banks of what once was the Sarasvati River, its different tributaries also needs to be, because there is a point where we do find evidence of people living in, and this is something to where some of the largest recent ones on the planet, right? And so much of Pakistan, right, was underwater for so long and still are affected to this day by that, right? So, like many people are internally displaced. So, but as I was saying, yeah, I was lurking while getting ready. I wanted to say hello. Oh, hello, Zedzir. It's so nice to see you. See you later. There probably were village councils like panchayats. Yeah, that makes sense to me. Are you going to be in the Discord later? Yes. In fact, on the YouTube side, I have a poll asking what people would like to do. You can just go there and vote in the poll and then come back to Twitch if you prefer Twitch. But the poll is just so that way I know what to do afterwards, right? Like some, because some people maybe are kind of like done with movies, or maybe some people want more like of an open, literally, 1/3 of the country, 1/3 of the country. So I need to continue working on my essay, so would like to chill a bit. Yeah, so that's one of the options. Like if you just want to like hang out and just kind of like, just be chatting and stuff like that, let people like play video games or watch videos or whatever, that's one of the options. The other one is like have a movie, And then, I mean, generally we end up chatting anyway, right? Like that's the thing, right? But yeah, and everybody is welcome. Again, if you're not in the Discord yet, please make sure to join it, so that way we can you can hang out with us. But I am going to be in Discord later. So the reason why I do think that you're right in the panchayats is because I have read quite a lot of evidence that there are buildings that would make sense if they were used as councils, right? Like if it was essentially if they would have had some form of democracy. Now, I don't remember what's the name of the text, and unfortunately, but I know that it's a Hindu text, but it's actually considered one of the primary examples of the idea of freedom of speech, right? So because you have these like concepts being worked out so early, like the possibility of council democracy, or the possibility or the writings that invoke freedom of speech. Yes, Harappa and Mohenjo-daro, the world's actual first democracies. Greece, who, right? I'm reading a book that used the term 86th, and I stopped because I have no idea or what that term comes from. I looked up, it turns out 86th means that you're being that you are like for example, if someone gets 86 from the mall, which is the context I know it most from, it means that you're essentially going to get kicked out from the mall and you can't come back. That's what getting 86 means. The etymology of the term. Well, typically I was always told that that's what like the code, like when they would like say, oh, we need a, like there's an 86 or something like that, like, on the radio, that's what they would say, right? Because it's like, it's kind of like how 420, right, sort of originated. Yeah, there's a bunch of guesses. Yeah, I don't know. I only know the one I was told growing up. The Upanishads from the Vedas. Maybe 86th in restaurants means we ran out of an item on the menu. Okay, so yeah, so it's also contextual. According like Narwhal is pointing out, and thank you for that. So anyway, but essentially there would have been in the Vedic, right? Like I said, there's a ton of guesses. Nobody's totally sure. Like I think it's probably like trying to be like 420, right? Like where that was supposedly like things cops said, right? Like to signify, oh, this is a marijuana, whatever, blah blah blah. And so they just came up with another one because I've only heard it in the context of the mall. of and I am not talking about the mall in the valley, the one where you can literally, the vending machine that you can buy $10,000 caviar. Definitely not that one. So it means no more. 86 is police code for getting kicked out of an established business. Okay. So yeah, someone in YouTube chat says that. It might be in the Upanishads, but essentially it's that the gods, right, and everybody, right, they're all going to have a play, and they have the humans on a stage, and they put on a comedy making fun of the demons, right? And so what you have is essentially that because they made fun of the demons, they were poking fun at the demons attack the human beings. And then the gods step in and say, no, like within this, like they were performing a play, right? Like they were doing something, right? And within this space, like on the stage or whatever, right? They will have the right to, they can perform whatever they want. They can say whatever they want, right? Like delineating a space, even back then, that was a place where you could say things and not feel, like essentially freedom of speech, right? Of expression. One question, is Jewish an ethnic group or only a religious group? Oh, I know this map makes no sense. So typically people would describe the Jewish people as an ethno-religious group, right? In that over time, over time, um, the Jewish people have become an ethnic group, right? Because ethnic groups have been constructed over time, right? And usually, interestingly enough, by defining themselves against the Jews, right? Like saying we're not them, right? We are this, right? And so, more or less, what you get is the idea that like there is both an ethnic component to being Jewish, right? That both exists in the Christian, theological understanding of Jewish people, right? That also eventually morphs into, anti-Semitism. That is this idea that like Jewish people transfer their Jewishness right down oh my goodness gracious. Oh, wow. Thank you so very much. We got a contribution to... Oh, thank you so much for the contribution on Throne. Thank you very much indeed. I am truly, truly surprised to see that. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for everybody that has helped in, helping me with these books for my research. I truly appreciate it. I mean... the Jewishness is transferred through the mother. Well, in Jewish thought, that actually showcases the fact that like the Tanakh, like I've said before, right, describes a tribal, like people going from tribal society to essentially the beginnings of like a slave society, or a slave society in ancient Rome, right? Or technically not ancient Rome, but technically like Babylonia, right? And so because of that, what you see is matrilineality is the way in which all blood relations were, even when I say that, blood relations, it's all, familial relations were determined, right? Because you can only tell, right, from the mother, so to speak, right? But then Christians change it where they want to emphasize the father, where you get patrilineal descent, right? And this actually causes a huge crisis, because then there is the chastity crisis that happens in Europe, right? Or even that old practice of switching up tribes and villages genes, right? I mean, again, and that's if we even account for, as it were, like them understanding genetics in that sense, right? Because like you don't really get this idea of necessarily difference until much later, right? But that's neither here nor there. Oh my goodness, thank you so much, Omega Star. That is very kind of you. I truly appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. I read something about the... yes. I often refer to it because Engels uses the example of the Bible, right? He says when a bourgeois person, right, thinks of the family, right, and he's thinking about like Abraham, right, and his family, right, they think it's mother, father, son, daughter, you know what I mean? But that's not how families worked back then, right? And that's not how families work in many cultures even today, where like in Mexico, family, like what that's extended to is far larger than in the nuclear Western family sense, right? But for the Jewish people, there was this sense of like a cultural unity, right? At least in some respects, right? That then was, I guess, corroborated, or that corroborated rather the religious continuity, right? But we know that like Judaism, before Christianity became the religion of the empire, right? So before Constantine, there was a period where the Jewish people did actually proselytize. And so Christianity and Judaism were, in Europe in particular, were both proselytizing monotheisms at the time, right? And so that's why a lot of people, Shlomo Sand goes into this in the Invention of the Jewish People, his book on this subject, but it's to say that like the belief that we have this magical blood tie back to like Palestine is not like actually it's not true, right? It's not true. Is that not debated to what extent they did this? Yeah, he mostly cites the Rhineland. He doesn't. I don't think he says that it was like over the entire empire, but rather that like this border region, I guess, more or less, kind of became the foundation for like what is now Ashkenazi Jewry. I don't know. That's from what I can consider. At least what I read from when I was reading, Tiberius kicked out the Jewish people from Rome, as in the city, because they never expelled the Jewish people from Judea or Palestine or anywhere else. Only from yeah. Yeah. So this would have been, I mean, whatever scale it was, right? Like if you apply the amount of people that would then be, that it would be relevant to, it would be a massive number now. But yes, you do have Jewish people that did some proselytization. I'm not going to say, because Judaism doesn't on the whole, right? Like generally speaking, Roman Judea at least no. Well, I mean, they never expelled the Jewish people from what is now Palestine. The most Jewish people actually like either stayed and then eventually either stayed Jewish or became Christian, and then when Islam was introduced, became Muslim, or they migrated to throughout the rest of the empire. Or in the other case, they would have migrated to Parthia or to and Babylonia, which was always the most densely populated part of the world that was Jewish. So that went to the Sassanids. Well, no, because this would have during the time of like the Jewish revolt and stuff like that. Parthia was the Parthians that ruled over Persia. The Sassanids were before that, I think. Why is each name a different font size? Yeah, I know. It's
Jewish, Egyptian, Phoenician, Aramaean, Hittite, Armenian, Greek, Roman, and other societies before the Muslims arrived. The Muslims started in the middle of the map in an area where
I like how he says arrives, because it makes it seem like they're not from there. Like Judaism, like the same space where Judaism came about is the same space where Christianity came about, and in that general area, you also have Islam. Like it's not like, that's why the basis of the three religions is again common. But saying they arrived is like one day they just like arrived here in Saudi Arabia and we're just like, we're just going to start a whole new civilization.
Game had been playing for a very, very long time. Lots of trajectory that ended up with Islam had been bumping around for thousands of years before Muhammad, and eventually were pulled together from obscurity to form the supernova that completely changed the world. The ultimate way to understand the Middle East, or the constant that's lasted for thousands of years, irrespective of whatever nation...
Okay, one, this is not correct. Yes, this is the Fertile Crescent, but it doesn't actually extend to Egypt. It does extend to the Levant, like to this area, because the Sinai is not fertile. I'll put it like that. Neither is like anything to the west of the Nile, and here it's depends where. Also, this part of Iran right here is known as the Salt Desert. It's literally uninhabited. Like there are no people that live here. It's not like saying that these are mountains. I mean, yes, it's mountainous, but it's not like desert is here. And also, yes, there is desert, but obviously we can see here that there are mountains, and it's not just desert. Like I feel like I shouldn't have to say that, but I guess I do. Obviously there are cities that are up in the mountains that are, and if you go to Yemen right? You can also find places that are very, very green. But it's not just desert. Like the empty quarter, as it's often called, this area is not the standard way in which this entire area looks, especially not along this coast. But yeah, you said it before I did. Oh yeah. Yeah, they just walked off the ark and like, we're here. Yeah, it's like the Mormons, right? Where it's like, they left during some, but for them it's like they went all around the world and just ended up, like, oh, now we're in the Red Sea now, right? Yeah, the Dead Sea's right there, right? But also like the Sinai is not fertile, right? Like, and you can see where it's fertile here, like literally the Nile Delta. Like you could see that it's very limited, but the Fertile Crescent is usually just this area. But anyway.
And ethnic groups sit on them at any given time is the geography. And geographically, there are three separate Middle Easts. The first one is the mountainous regions of Persia, Armenia, and Turkey. This area is mountainous enough to be able to make hard men that are good warriors, but also is...
Oh my gosh, to make hard men? Oh my gosh. Was it not so that the Sassanids created a policy that was welcoming for them? Yes. Yeah. Oh, yes, you're right. Sassanids came after the Parthians. It was Partani, Sassani. Yeah. So you're right in that. Not a lot of people know this, but if you say Allah 3 times, in the mirror, right, in midnight. Early 3rd century AD is when they found it. Okay. Plus, he puts Dailam as mountains. Yeah, the coast was quite good for cultivation. Yeah, like, I don't know why he would put Anatolia and, Cappadocia as, and even Pontia as, like, mountainous. Because they're, like, Pontia is, like, literally this, like, littoral, right? Litt or Oral, right? Area, right? That is known for being flat. It's like it's not known for being mountainous. And also, like, the area where Tehran is, it's like it's flat, like it's in a valley, like it's not just mountains. But and also, like, there are mountains even in Lebanon, right? Like, that's what, anyway. Yeah, the coast was very good. Yeah, Tehran is a very beautiful place. I want to go to. I want to go there and to Isfahan. But, they were taking, big sweaty men, they were taking 2-3 showers a day. Well, I don't know, because, like, it's weird, because, like, in America, and, like, these, like, return, but with the V, right? Like, they're often, like, anti-deodorant, anti-showering, and then Christians at the time would have found excessive washing to be like something behaviorally distinct to Muslims and to Jewish people. So with my US passport, though, I mean, they allow people with US passports to go. You just don't have an embassy there, My old India passport wouldn't have helped either. Well, I mean, I'm going to be honest, I think it's quite disgusting that this YouTube channel can exist. There is another one, Zoomer Historian, is literally a crypto-fascist. I mean, adding, and the fact that you say, and he's barely hiding it, I mean, I think at this point he doesn't feel like he has to hide it at all, right, to some extent. But anyway, who makes videos about individuals? Yeah, they're over. Yes, one of the videos that Zoomer Historian did was to literally, essentially try to act like Morgenthau had any real power, and that somehow there were machinations during the Nuremberg trials and blah blah blah, and that they were just like honest family men, that just really cared about Germany, right? But Gentiles don't watch that. They are returning to the Anglo tradition. Only foreigners are weird and bathe. Imagine. There's so many channels with botted numbers like this. Look, my channel is small. Like, even my Discord is small. Um, I sometimes I feel like, oh, I'm never going to reach 1,000 or anything like that. It's just not because I'm over here like, let's talk about the salt desert of Iran, you know, uh, or leave our shoes in the front door. Very odd. Who would ever do that? Oh, yeah. Lurking. Oh, thank you so much, Tails and Wings, for lurking. Tehran looks so cool. Eats his boogers. Oh, of course, the Kali Yuga stuff is setting in. Yeah. Have you heard all the serious issue about the Mormons with the sugar addiction? Well, it's interesting because like since they decided to allow soda pop, as they call it, right? Since they are allowed to drink soda, um, essentially they made all of these like soda shops all over the place, like in Utah, and also like in what is called the Jello, right? As in like the Jello belt, which is the Mormon area of the country, um, where it's like you can like make customizable like soda drinks, right? Yeah, you can drink you can drink soda, but you can't drink hot drinks like coffee or tea. But you can drink soda. No, as far as I know, it's allowed even with caffeine. But I could be totally wrong on the caffeine aspect. But I do know that they do allow sodas, because the last time I was in Salt Lake, which was a few years ago, there was this one place, I forget what it's called, but like there was like a line of cars, like literally like it actually wrapped around. That's how many cars were there. Like it actually wrapped around the place for people trying to like, yeah, like again, in Doctrines and Covenants, it specifically says hot drinks. So I don't know, you know. The only machinations during the Nuremberg trials were two separate operations to take Nazi scientists and give them jobs in America and Russia. I mean, you're not wrong, Raven. You're not wrong. Um, well, I think the problem with fascism is twofold, as in identifying it. Fascism is abused to other political movements. You don't like it without knowing what it is, and the ideational climate is different. So it is not like in the 20th century where fascism was briefly seen as a respectable option. Thus, these theorists could actually push the totality of what they wanted. Nowadays, a glorification of violence as a cleansing force would still not be accepted. I mean, uh, I think I see your point, but I guess I can see where the people that are perpetrating said violence do believe this, like in the case of like the state of Israel, for example, right? Like at least in that case. But anyway, that's a whole different question. I would say this makes it difficult to truly label entities now as fascistic because you don't have enough empirical evidence. Because if they were fascistic, they either can't show it in order to do politics, or they do and utterly get canceled. I'm using Roger Griffin, his view starting, of what fascism is. Have you ever read Nikos Poulentzas's book, Fascism and Dictatorship? I find that the whole book is good because he talks about fascistization and its process. Right, and this book came out, years after, decades after. But I think that section on fascistization might interest you, for that. Sorry, some scientists, mostly engineers, yeah. I don't know if you knew this, but Nazi scientists were terrible at their jobs. Well, especially because, a lot of them believed in pseudoscience. It wasn't like, race science isn't real. So, wow, the Mormons I grew up with in high school couldn't have caffeine. Maybe it's because they weren't grown-ups. Yeah. By the way, your mom, I should note that this was changed not that long ago, right? Like, this isn't something that goes back, like decades and decades. As far as I know, like, I met someone who was a missionary, right? A very nice person, and she told me, she was the one that told me, because I was there around the time of General Conference, I think that's what it's called. And so they were the ones that sort of noted, like, oh, we can, as she put it, we can drink pop, but we can't drink coffee and tea, right? And that was because the stipulation of hot drinks. So, yeah. Again, I as far as any other specifics, that I would consult, probably their official statements from the president, prophet and president, I guess. I fully agree with the process. I prefer to describe these movements that are as close as fascistoid. I also believe in defascistization, as in someone being fascist but then morphing to a more conservative dictatorial stance, such as how I view Franco at the moment. Well, it's interesting that you say Franco, because like that is like, there once was this person whom I think they just like that their channel got taken off of YouTube, right? It got deleted off of YouTube. And he essentially did not emphasize, like, he focused on what is it called? Like Catholic social teaching, right? Excuse me. Right, where you have the encyclicals, Quadrigesimo Anno, and Rerum Novarum, right? That specifically outline, I should say, pardon me, not line out, outline, right? The sort of social, economic ways in which, like the Catholic, like people that are Catholic should want to have a government / right? And there's a term, and I'm trying to remember it now, because I do remember that he was like a big, like, he praised Mussolini and Franco, but not, Germany. Like Salazar, Franco, and Mussolini were the ones, because they were Catholics, right? And in fact, his contention was, from what I remember, no, actually it wasn't, I don't know if it was him. Because I have a friend and colleague that does research into far right stuff, right? Like that's their thing. That is their area of expertise, and so they do that particularly in, like looking at, the Catholic, like the Catholic Church and also the Eastern churches, right? Sure, yeah, I can send it to you. In fact, there's an article of his that, I will send you, where he actually talks about the person. But again, hello, Cakey Inc. Welcome. Yes, Shakespeare. It's me. There were two kinds of fascistoids. You've had your futurist and the Julius Evola. Yeah, and like, see, this is why the big room, I don't know if the big room is still here, but when you had Evola, right, his issue with fascism was that it was too progressive, right? That was his problem with fascism. Hello, Seth Evans. Yes, I know it sounds like, what do you mean progressive? In that it wanted to change society in a way, right, that didn't restore, right, like the return to tradition, right? That it still wanted to modernize the country, right? It still wanted to, right? Yeah, no, Kiki Inc., you're not wrong. This is why, and I think this was one of the reasons why GigaChad, who, again, the big room was mentioning this earlier, GigaChad's YouTube channel got clamped because he began to argue Evola wasn't a fascist, he was a super fascist. That's what he called himself, a super fascist. And so then he went into the semantic. In Latin, super means above or over. You know what I mean? And it's just like, I don't know. He essentially believed that fascism was too progressive in that it allowed for people like, right? It essentially was not run by the aristocrats, right? Like, he wants a fascism that's run, that brings back the aristocracy, and eventually leads to like monarchy. Not something that, well, I don't know about monarchy necessarily, but I mean, definitely I would say monarchy is part of it, because I mean, he was an aristocrat, right? So again, that's a big distinction from fascism, right? Where you have a dictatorship and et cetera, right? So this person that I'm discussing, right, that one of my colleagues has written about, focused on the concept of subsidiarity. That's what it's called, right? This idea of subsidiarity that would that like capitalism as such, right, is not, liberalism, because at one point there was a Catholic encyclical that essentially says that like Americanism is a sin, and also liberalism is a sin, right? Again, this is not me saying it. This is the Roman Catholic pontiff saying it, right? Pope Pius the 11th, I think, and the 10th. But the point being that like they were against liberalism, right? Because it advocates for things like open markets and blah blah blah, right? And it, whereas the Catholic social teaching instead wants it to be more based on subsidiarity, right? Like really almost trying to, like, I don't want to oversimplify it, but I will just try to put it in this way. A revival of almost like the guild system, right? Where like certain things are already, where certain things are guaranteed, right? They're like, oh, every young man, right, will get some land, right? And and if he marries, then the government will help him build a house, right? It's like stuff like that, right? That there are rights, and I remember this, there are rights and then there are duties, right, to the state, right? There are rights that are given unto the people and duties then due to the state. And that this person's contention was that the dictatorship was to then go to monarchy, right? Like a Catholic monarchy. Kiki Inc., he did like Hindutva, actually. Some of his other contemporaries, like René Guénon, were more into that, because they actually did what Rudyard's doing right here. Actually, they actually literally did what Rudyard's doing here. They literally divided the world between the East and the West, and said the East has more in connection to tradition and blah 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 blah, and the West is all mechanical and industrial and yada yada yada. Same stuff. Oh, that, yeah. Let's see here. Oh, okay, yeah. Oh, that makes sense why evil is so popular now, emphasizing tradition. Yeah, I mean, like, the title of his book is like his most famous book, right? It's called Revolt Against the Modern World, right? That's what his, and so people that have never read the book, right, but like that phrase, right, will often make like far right memes, right? And it's usually showing like pictures of like I mean, the only ones I've seen were included in the articles of my colleagues, so I only know them from that. And that they were like ones showing like essentially like an Easter procession, right, in Spain, right, where when they have those like during Holy Week, like people carry this like huge, massive metal sort of, I don't even know what to call it. It's like this thing that has like a huge, like one of the apparitions of the Virgin Mary, right, on it, or many, it can be different things. And that like all of the young men, right, they all want to be, they all want the chance to walk the like movable altar, I guess, right, from this church to the main cathedral, I guess, or whatever it might be, right? Like, I mean, if you look up Semana Santa, Spain, right? That's also, you know, where they wear the you know the hoods, the pointy hoods. Um, the fascists are in their ideology quite progressive, quote unquote, and revolutionary, quote unquote. Mussolini, for instance, talked about the new man, right? And in fact, that actually is also part of Zionist ideology, right? Which is why, like, describing it as fascist, when it existed at the time, wouldn't be wrong, right? Hello, Nabil. Welcome in. It's so nice to see you. How are you doing? Ivan Ilyin wants God's totality to be restored by revolutionizing the world society and destroying facts and logic. Yes, like, that's kind of where René Guénon, right, who eventually became Muslim, he converted to Islam, and there's actually a book about Evola called Evola, the Sufi of Rome. I don't even know what to even say about that. But the point being that, like, René Guénon, he wrote The Reign of Quantity and the Sign of the Times, and that's like his masterpiece, quote unquote, right? Where he essentially says, I mean, kind of like how Oswald Spengler, right, like in the first volume of, you know, The Decline of the West, right, Des Abendslandes, right, like he talks about, like, you know, the over, you know, the prominence of, you know, essentially of logical thought, of numbers and stuff like that, right? That, like, everything has become. You always get the shivers when you hear Spengler. Oh, because of all of that other stuff. Yeah. And also in New Humans, it throws away old traditions like the Christian notion that every soul counts. Now it's just a struggle that the weak caves on. Yeah. Which, again, that is why I don't like to say the phrase survival of the fittest. People think Darwin said it, but he didn't. It was Herbert Spencer who applied such logic to races. Okay, so, like, when you're saying that phrase, survival, you're actually saying the phrase of someone who used it to justify a racial hierarchy, right? Forever, right? That, like, oh, this hierarchy is the way it is because survival of the, you know what I mean. In practice, they mostly take a conservative stance when doing politics, sure, but this depends on the strain of fascism, because, like, eugenics, like, yeah, right. Well, especially because at the time, eugenics was seen as progressive, right? Like, that's the thing people forget. Like, it really was the Second World War and the Holocaust that essentially changed people's perspective on eugenics, right? Because, you know, you sort of saw it in its, you know, and now it's making a resurgence. And that's why, like, the 23andMe and all of the race science stuff, it's like, you know, it's becoming acceptable again, right? Where people talk about my genes, my, you know, blah, 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 right? My bloodline, right? It's literally invoking language that existed at that time, right? And that, like, especially the idea of blood, because that's, like, literally where in Europe you begin to see the division and this view that Jewishness is something that is inheritable, right? Began, right? Doing well. I'm doing well currently. Doing an exam currently. Oh, well, good luck. Good luck. I truly hope that you do well. Yeah, because I always he's the guy that said fascism isn't fascist enough. Yeah, that's true. Gonna run a few errands. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I'll see you later. Also, if you'd like to help me, thankfully we were able to get a wonderful donation to sponsor the book. But if you would like to help sponsor me in any way, besides, of course, you know, if you would like to get a subscription on Twitch, or if you would like to donate to me directly, either on Venmo or Cash App, or join my Patreon, which is actually would probably be a more more consistent way of supporting me. There are links both in the description, and also you can make them appear in the chat. However, if you'd like to help my research in particular, now that we're about halfway done with funding this book here, every contribution can get us over the line, and I would really appreciate it. Again, I truly am so thankful for just all of this help. Every single book that I've been thankfully gifted and sponsored by all of you, like, immediately gets opened up, and there's one of the books that I used, one on La Migra. It already has like so many little flags, the little paper flags, the posted flags, right, from all the places that I'm like, oh, I'm gonna quote from this, right? So just know that, I appreciate it, and that I am very thankful that there are people as generous as you to help support my research in particular. Let's see here. I've always understood survival of the fittest as just straight up being cool with murder. Yeah. Never liked it even before I fully understood it. Well, you're not wrong, right? Because that was something that was seen as there was a time when there were these ideas of even things like mental cleanliness, right? Like mental hygiene, right? Like these were terms used in the United States around the 20s and 30s, right? They were eugenics terms, right? And if you saw the movie that we saw, The Judgment at Nuremberg, right? We saw someone who was a victim of their eugenics program, right? Who essentially, had his life ruined because of that, right? Thankfully survived, right? Enough to, testify against his torturers, right? At Nuremberg. But, yeah. But yes, because again, people often forget that when we're talking about the Holocaust, we're not just talking about the Jewish people. This is why people that try to argue, oh, well, the Holocaust is only this year to this year, and they move it up to after Wannsee, right? No, it starts when the first concentration camp opens, and you have people being murdered, right? Just for the fact of being disabled, right? Or being labeled mentally, unhygienic, et cetera, right? Those things are why, for example, we shouldn't use the R slur, right? We shouldn't use we shouldn't be using the language of the genociders, right? You know what I mean? Can we please not? That's just one of those things. But yes, no, Nabil, I totally agree with what you're saying. I too felt this, when I would hear it, I'm like, it seems especially being from a very imperialized country, it's always been you deserve what you get, right? And and again, also because my own country has had a very strange relationship to this ideology as well. So yeah, you get this hegemony of eugenics studies over medical studies, infrastructure, social services. Yeah, exactly. I mean, in the United States, for example, in California, you essentially have to not work if you want to get Social Security disability, right? Because you can't have more than $2,000 in your bank account. So you will get paid and you will get, the insurance, but you can't work, right? So your quality of life literally goes all the way down. It plummets, right? Because you have to live off the very little amount of money that they're willing to give you to survive. And yet the people that need this most are people that definitely need much more money than what they are given, right? And yet, anytime, as soon as you make $1 over the amount, they will take it away from you, right? And so that's why, that is something where, again, things like that are used against the disabled, right? That is why we have to, always be cognizant of the fact that all of these issues that we see across the board are Let me see. Let me look at this. Yes, please do like. Evolutionary psychology is bull. It is. It is. It was part of the progressive movement. Yeah, that's true. Shakespeare, I know it's not fair or makes sense, but you have to change your Twitch to politics from just chatting, or they. Why? What? That's weird. Okay, I guess I'll change it then. I mean, I understand. I guess I shouldn't be saying why, but anyway, I'll change it. But yeah, it's the same here as well. I think twice whatever your monthly disability check is. Yeah, yeah. It's a very small amount, and like they will take it away from you. Like they are, like one thing, like because I was also homeless at one time, and I've mentioned this on stream before. There was a time when I was homeless, and because if you don't match the profile that they of who they want to help, they can deny you that help, right? So because of Saltman.
Enough to support large populations. This region has ruled the Middle East for the majority of the last 2,500 years. At the time of Muhammad, a combination of the Persians and Greeks, who were based out of Anatolia, had ruled the civilized Middle East for 1,000 years straight. The second area is the Fertile Crescent, or a strip of flat, farmable land stretching in an arc from southern Iraq to Egypt. This was largely the
Yeah, like again, usually it doesn't include Egypt because you have the Sinai Peninsula, like kind of like, and the Negev Desert. Like these areas are literally desert. So typically it just refers to this area. Typically, I don't know, maybe they expanded it since the last time I looked at a map of the Fertile Crescent, but that was literally the last time I looked at a map that included a description of the Fertile Crescent was about 4 hours ago. So
of the Bronze Age cycle of history, with countless empires fighting tooth and nail before burning themselves out in 500 BC and being conquered by Persia. This area was extremely wealthy at the time of Muhammad, but also politically subservient. The native peoples are Semites relative.
Look at that. Look at what this historical map calls this area. Jesus Christ. Yeah. And hello, Orange Hue. Welcome in. Look at that. It recognizes the fact that it's Palestine when this was Phoenicia. So, which by the way, Herodotus himself, when he visited the area, he called it Palestina as well. So even 5 centuries before the the time of the destruction of the Second Temple, it was already called Palestine. So this whole like, the original name, no. Only one part of this land has ever been called Eretz Israel. And actually, the Bible is actually horrifically bad at telling you where the borders of any such place was. And only one part, and Dr. Shlomo Sant has also argued this in The Invention of the Land of Israel, that the idea of we know that the United Kingdom, right, of the northern and southern, like Judea and Israel, never happened, right? Like the Solomonic, the Davidian Solomon, like that never happened. There was never actually a United Kingdom. That was literally added after the fact as a way to. But regardless, so every time in the Tanakh it references Eretz Israel, it doesn't mean what is now claimed as, essentially historical Palestine. It actually never really tells you where the boundaries of this are, like in the time that it existed. But one thing we can tell, though, is the fact that even in the entire Tanakh, the entire Jewish canon, entire Jewish Bible, Eretz Israel only refers to a specific part of Palestine that was a separate kingdom from the kingdom of Judea. So, and that is Dr. Sand's contention, right? Like that's what. I'm eating fruit salad for breakfast. Oh, nice. Yeah, it's like 3 or 4 options. Dan to Beersheva is what they decided to use. Yeah, it's very, very strange. To create the mandate, yeah. Well, that and they used the Sinai, right, as the like the line in the sand, so to speak, right, to do that, and then use the Jordan River Valley, and then the valley that goes all the way down, the like rift, right, that goes down to the Gulf of Aqaba, right? Hello, Link Retro. Welcome in. Welcome in. Also, remember, please make sure to join the Discord mods in YouTube chat. Please make sure to give the Discord link out. We're also having a poll in the YouTube chat, which you can partake if you so wish, on what we would like to do after today's stream, because usually we watch movies in my Discord, over the weekend, but I decided to open it up, because some people might want to just hang out and chat. I'm totally down with that. So no disrespect to my Egyptian homies, but all I'm seeing is limp penis. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, with Upper Egypt being like the glands, and I see.
Of the Arabs. The third geographic area being the deserts of Arabia. Ironically, even though they were literally neighbors to the oldest civilizations in the world at the time of Muhammad, the Arabs were uncivilized tribes that had maintained independence.
Oh my gosh, quote unquote uncivilized. What the hell? Why is the Lower Egypt the Upper Egypt? Because it's determined on how high up it is in terms of like closeness to the terminus of, to the estuary, like where the Nile goes down, right? That's the flattest part of Egypt, right? Upper Egypt is literally like higher up, right? And because like the Nile flows from south to north, not north to south, right? It means that Upper Egypt is like higher up, right? In terms of like elevation. And Lower Egypt is lower down, right, the Nile. That's so annoying. It's always so annoying when Zionists are like, Palestine didn't exist. I did exist. I mean, again, excuse me. You have Herodotus in his histories describe the place as Palestina. This was the 5th century BCE. Right, so before there was Christianity, before there was like the rise of Second Temple Judaism, etc., like before all of that, right? Yeah, it's physically lower. Yeah, exactly. But yes. Also, wait, whose reaction was funny? Oh, because I took it very literally. Is that why I'm very like, yes, it's the glands, and this is the corpus spongiatum, blah blah blah, like very clinical, I guess. No, it's totally fine to be able to. Wait, how is that all desert? The Saudis has, yeah, that's exactly what I said. Like if you go to the western part of Saudi Arabia, like there are cities in the mountains that have like, and there are also areas that like that they have wadis where again you have like forests and stuff. Yeah, Jeddah is really green. And also if you go down to Yemen, right? Like if you're in the part that's like where Sana'a is, and even the area going down to Al Hodeida, it's also very green. So I'm like I don't know why he's like putting all of this as desert, but then ignores this like huge quadrant of Iran that is essentially uninhabited because of the salt desert, right? Like I'm just like, why, so because anatomic terms make dick joke even funnier. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just I guess I don't know what to say.
The area is dead dry and divided between nomadic tribes and city-states which are clustered around oases and are the trade depots.
Oh my gosh. Are you... Bro, tell me you know nothing about the Middle East without telling me, right? But also, you're telling me
At the time
something
of
else.
Muhammad, the Arabs were uncivilized tribes that had maintained independence.
Also, to say that they were quote unquote uncivilized, or that even that they were known as the Arabs, I mean, like, again, like the way how we understand the term Arab as almost as being like an ethnic term, right, is not actually the case, right? Like many people consider themselves Arabs because, like, people in Sudan, right, call themselves Arabs. People in Yemen call themselves Arabs. People in, Syria call themselves Arabs. People in Morocco call themselves Arabs. Like, the unifier of all of these things is they speak Arabic. That's it. It's not that they're all related to one another, although we all are anyway. But, like, to attribute some kind of, like, relationship in, genetically or whatever or otherwise is familial makes no sense. Like that, like, there were tribes, quote unquote, or peoples that lived in the Neqab area, and even down here in the Hejaz, right, that were Jewish, right? Some of whom were the first to convert to Islam, for example. Like, again, like, the Jewish people have never been confined to Palestine. In fact, most Jewish people have wanted to live outside of Palestine, and they still do. I'll just add that because you already have almost 1 million people already leaving Israel as we speak, having already left Israel as we speak. So which historical period of the Middle East would have been the nicest to live amongst? For me, the time periods I am most well versed in terms of, like, history would have been during the Abbasid Caliphate, right? And also probably, like, during the height of the Ottoman Empire. Like, I mean, especially because being Sephardic, like, the Ottoman Empire was willing to send ships and was willing to let us find refuge, right? For those of us that didn't want to be forcefully converted, for those of us that, chose to literally lose everything, and be forcefully expelled from Iberia, the Ottoman Empire was willing to let us within their borders and to take us in and even send ships. So those two time periods would probably be the ones that would be most interesting to me. Proceeds Ottoman food bang proceeds to piss off. Wait, what? Exactly. I don't like how we try to convince certain people groups or religions to borders. It's never simple. People migrate over time and spread out. Yes, like there's, like, that's why the idea of a Jewish state is anathema to Jewish thought. Like, a state cannot be Jewish, right? Like you cannot take a country and give it a bris, bro. Sorry, but you can't. Okay, that would be really weird if you could. Ottoman food been good? Well, yeah. I mean, all of the different areas. I'm talking about how. Yeah, no, exactly. Like, I understand that, right? Because you have, like, first, like the one of the divisions, right, being the Durand line, right, between Afghanistan and Pakistan, right, and then you eventually have, the one that's this. What I hate worst is, like, knowing the fact that the British didn't tell neither the Republic of India nor of Pakistan what the border was going to be until after they celebrated their independence, right? It's like, oh, you're independent now, right, on August 1st, right? And then it's like, oh, but also these are your borders. And it's like the worst possible borders ever because the guy literally just decided to draw it right through, like, well, I guess it wasn't Pakistan then, but provinces of Punjab, right? And that's what they often say, right? That, like, Pakistan, like the PAK, is supposed to stand for, like, Punjab, and I forget the other two off the top of just right now. I usually can have them on. I usually know them, but there are people that, that they often refer to that, right? But it was provinces like Punjab, Sindhi, the Sindh, Balochistan, Kashmir, Jammu and Kashmir, I mean, and also depending, because, like, parts of Kandahar, right? Parts of, just the borders, can we just stop with the borders? A is Afghania. Yeah. Afghania. The Khyber, the Khyber Pass, right, which is the very famous in both. It allows for trade from India outward into the world, but it also was the one that allowed for the essentially the beginning raids that led to the foundation of the Mughal Empire, right? After no, I'm praising your choice of words. Oh, okay. Wow, I'm looking at pictures of forests around Jeddah. I have no idea there were areas like that. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Baghdad during the Gold. Yeah, I would love to have lived then, like to be a translator. Like, they also used to have this thing at the time that was like I mean, I would have been interested to hear some of these debates, but they actually, and again, this also disproves this idea that like Islam has always, like there's this idea that like Islam's restrictions that sometimes are upkept now, right, especially by certain groups that are more extreme, etc., whatever, is how Islam used to be, right? Because during the time of the Abbasid Caliphate, there was essentially like a debate chamber, right? Where they had and it was divided, like two sides of the house, right? It was like a parliament, right? And it was the wine drinkers versus the water drinkers, right? So the wine drinkers tended to be the more liberal, right? And the water drinkers tended to be the more religious, the more conservative, right? And so you actually have, like different debates about, how a society should run, how, what should be the relationship between the citizen and the state. A lot of things that people think only happened in, Parisian salons in the 18th century, right, were already happening, in places in what is now, Iran, for example. It's also Punjab. Okay, my bad. Because I also know it's Sikh, right? But I'm just so used to hearing it like the other way. But Punjab. Okay, thank you, though. I appreciate the clarification. I mean, many reasons I wouldn't go back in time. I read a book about history of dentistry. It looked pretty unpleasant. Yeah. Right, during the Mughal Empire period in India too, was very pluralistic in terms of religion. There might have been similar debates. Right, exactly. Yeah, don't pronounce it like that. Oh. Have you seen that video that's like the one about Khalistan? About the Khalistan movement? That's like by some like British guy or some Australian guy. And he's like, let me tell you everything you need to know about the Khalistan movement. And oh my goodness gracious, I was like, no.
The area is dead dry and divided between nomadic tribes.
It's not dead dry. I'm sorry, like it literally, like, that is not true. It is not dead dry. This part right here is the part that most people think about as being very dry, yes. And this area here too, right? But up here, he said it's like, it's completely, you can actually raise armies here because there's again, you have the salt desert in Iran that is completely uninhabited because you can't live there. But yeah, and it's funny too because like a lot of people forget that like so I'll move this for a second. I mean I like that it's in French because then I can but Saba, right? This is where some people say the kingdom of Sheba was, right? Because there is a connection between the Semitic-speaking peoples of this part of the world, in what is now Yemen, and Abyssinia or Ethiopia, right? So there is a connection between these two peoples, as in their language, their variety of Arabic, but also there are other languages that have that have existed there, and even the Jewish people that still live in Yemen, their traditions are more like are very similar to this, like because of that cultural. There was a lot of cultural contact between these two places. So, what do you mean? Salt is tasty. Yeah, well, like when you those pictures of like the Atacama Desert, right up in Bolivia, where it's like these huge like salt flats, right? And like when it rains, right, it looks like a huge mirror. But it's also where you can find like lithium, I guess, or something like that, or some minerals. I don't know which ones, or cobalt. I'm not sure. It's like that. It's essentially like that, but just not high up in the mountains. It's low, but same thing. But like La Mecca or Makkah is not one. It's not all dry. I don't know why he would say that. Gerha is not. It's also this is the most Christian part of now in contemporary times. This area is where most like Christians live in Saudi Arabia, and down here in Arabie Heureuse, literally, because it in Latin used to be called Arabia Felix, right? Which Felix means like the Spanish feliz, which means happy. So Arabie Heureuse, literally happy Arabia, is what you have here. But yeah, like it's also they weren't all nomadic. I don't know why he's saying that this, like, that's why there are towns, bro. Like, if everybody was nomadic, why would there be towns? Like, why would there be cities? Why would there be a port like in Aden? You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't make sense to say, oh, there was nothing there, but then say, but look at these towns, look at these cities, right? Like, I don't know.
Tribes and city-states which are clustered around oases and are the trade depots. The Bedouin tribes of the Arabian Desert
is Gerha, Daman. Yes, Daman. What is your favorite kind of cake? I am so skeptical of the Khalistan movement myself, but not for the reasons Westerners are. Yeah, I mean, like, I think like this was something that I was discussing in VC last night, was that like the way how global, like, people that have lived in the global south are from the global south and have actually had to, I guess, deal or live with, right, a lot of these types of movements and such, right? It's like we often don't view it in such a, like, even when they try to add nuance, they're just adding a, it's not taking away from their black and white view of it. It's like they're just looking at the line and describing the line between them, right? The border between the white and the black, so to speak, right? Why can't they plant lots of trees and reforest the deserty places? Well, one, there are already places in Arabia that are forested, right? And also some places, like, it would only the places that have been deforested, right, should be reforested, right, for different reasons, including climatological ones, right? Like, the trees tend to offset, right, like runoff, etc. So it would be beneficial in that. It also, helps against erosion. But in the parts where, it wouldn't be, you couldn't grow trees without expending a lot of water, because again, there wouldn't be trees there as such, like, already. You wouldn't want to do that. But what's my favorite? The Rub al-Khali is uninhabitable, right? And so I like olive oil cake. I don't know if you've ever heard of that. It's really good. It's very Mediterranean. I'll put it like that. I don't like things that are very sweet, so it's just a little bit of sweetness. Usually you put some uh, like a thick whipped cream, a sprig of rosemary, and then like an orange slice on top. Um, IDK that trees grow in just sand also. Right. Well, that's what I'm saying. Like in the areas that have been deforested, for example, over time, right? Then I would be like, sure, yeah, we should have a reforestation project. But you can't like terraform, quote unquote, I mean, technically you would it be, well, would it be terraforming? Like, can you terraform on Terra itself? you know? um, but yeah, if you were to like force it to become a desert, right? Pardon me, force it to become what it isn't, that's when you have issues, right? TLDR, the Khalistan movement is kind of like the, oh, okay. They are right to resist anti-Sikh policies such as Indira Gandhi's or Modi's, but they also exclude non-Sikhs in the Punjab and want Adivasi languages like Saraiki banned. Try making a Brit understand this. Oh, yeah. Well, another thing, too, is like a lot of Americans also don't necessarily want, like I've heard people, like, there's a book, right, called The Death of Expertise. There were 2 editions, one made before the pandemic, one made after the pandemic. And reading the one after the pandemic is fascinating because he essentially got it wrong, right? He thought if there was some huge emergency that would make people trust experts again. That didn't happen. But there's also this, like, desire by a lot of people to, like, not want to learn about it, right? That it's like, well, that's over there, right? Like, I don't care, as long as I blah, 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 right? So, yes, olive oil cake rocks. Yes, yes, yes. Yeah, or some stone fruit. Yes, I do like to put, some like, like the little white flesh peaches. I usually get them at, there's like a Middle Eastern store not that far from one of the places I work at, and so I go there because they have like the little peaches, and they're really, really cute. But to cut them up and put them on top, oh, that's so good. I think there's an environmental engineer guy from the Netherlands who's got a project to restore swaths of Algerian. Yeah, well, yeah. So in that case, if they're restoring forests, that's good, because otherwise, then it leads to bigger problems, right? Like erosion, right? Mudslides, landslides, etc., because then there's nothing rooting the dirt down, right? Like that's a big thing in, for example, Haiti, right? Where Haiti's been so thoroughly deforested that a lot of the like natural disasters, like hurricanes, earthquakes, right, affected on magnitudes far higher than it otherwise would, because, right, you essentially have nothing holding down the ground as it once did, right? Experts are trying to so they can, after being I know that you're joking, Orange Hue, but a big problem is self-proclaimed experts. Wetlands are good at stopping hurricanes. Yeah, especially if they're what are those called? The ones that people usually think of. I forget the name of the tree right now. It escapes me. But yes, wetlands are good at stopping hurricanes. A big problem is self-proclaimed quote-unquote experts have a larger internet followings than real experts oftentimes. Yeah, that's true. Banyan. No, wait, is it banyan trees? Yeah, is it banyan trees the ones that are usually grow in like the sort of like estuaries? Or am I confusing it with something else? Anyway, because being good at marketing doesn't yourself and optimizing search engine results and algorithms doesn't necessarily correlate with expertise in a given field, right? I mean, like this is why, why I like to watch like David's videos, for example, right? Because I know that he's a historian, right? Like I know his CV. I know that he's published. I know that he's, you know what I mean? So like when he's doing like debunk videos, I feel more comfortable responding to that stuff because I know that he is an expert, right? He is a fellow historian, right? But yeah, it is sad how Sikhism adopted caste when, like, originally, right, it was supposed to transcend that, right? Mangroves, there you go. Mangroves, thank you so much. Cypress trees? Maybe. Yeah, the banyan trees are cool too. Yeah.
Desert are a constant in history. They were there 4,000 years ago with Abraham and are still the elite guard of the Saudi military today. The Bedouin...
What? 4,000 years ago with Abraham? What? I need to hear that again.
The oases and are the trade depots. The Bedouin tribes of the Arabian desert are a constant in history. They were there 4,000 years ago with Abraham and are still the elite guard of the Saudi...
Oh my gosh. Okay, this is just... They're still the elite guard of the Saudi Arabian monarchy. Yes. The Saudi Arabian monarchy is, protected by the descendants of Abraham. I don't even know what to say to this because, like, there is the story, right, that has, the two characters, right, Ishmael and Yitzchak, right, or Ismail and Isaac, right? And Isaac representing the Jewish people, Ishmael representing being seen as representing the Arab people, so in many cases, right? Because Sarai, who that was her name at the time before she became Sarah, which means princess in Hebrew, by the way. Before she was able to conceive and have Yitzchak, the laughing one, or he who laughs, you had Ishmael that he had with one of his servants, one of his concubines, quote unquote. I've seen many different translations of this, but it literally just says one of those the women that were part of his his clan essentially. But and that doesn't mean blood related. That just means like they in the extended like tribal sense, I guess, like a tribe, but like smaller than that. That's why I'm saying clan. So they weren't necessarily. But anyway, point being that Hagar and Ishmael in the Muslim tradition are said to have made it all the way to Mecca, have gone to Mecca, found a well, and then that Abraham built the Kaaba, right? Didn't the Hashemites claim to be yes, the Hashemites claim to be the descendant of Fatima, the daughter of the Prophet Muhammad. So that's their claim, right? So yeah. Oh God, birthing a stand-up comic. Wait, where does it say that? Which I honestly doubt. Literally, there is nothing about you. Like, again, even if you were to think about this mathematically, right? Every generation you go back, right? You have to have, right? Make one half, right? So you get half of your genetics from your father, half from your mother, right? Then you get 1/4 from each one of your grandparents, 1/8 of all of your great, blah blah. Like if you go back, there's no connection between you and those people. It's so minuscule that it's within the margin of error, etc. Right? Like to claim anything past a certain thing. This is why I always tell people, race science does not tell you who you are, right? Race science does not tell you who you are. Like, for example, there was a commercial, right, for I think 23andMe or maybe the Ancestry.com DNA test, where the guy was like, no, I think it was 23andMe. And so he said, like, my whole life, I'm Croatian, right? My whole life I've, eaten Croatian food, done Croatian things, blah, 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 right? Etc. Then he said that he took the 23andMe test and found out that he's actually, quote unquote, I'm actually German, right? And so then he starts to literally like dance around in Lederhosen, right? And to like, stuff like that. And I'm like, no, like that, those things don't tell you what you think it tells you, right? It tells you what it think, like what it's trying to tell you is not what you think it's trying to tell you, right? Help, see a child. Yeah, throws away all of my lived history. Exactly, right? It's like, no, obviously you're Croatian, right? Whatever your family, right, how it understands itself, how you understand yourself, how your ancestors have understood, that is actually who you are, right? Like that is actually germane to that discussion, not some weird test, right? Like not some race science where you send in your cheek cells, right? And then they begin to tell you random percentages of things that they, that somehow are supposed to give you meaning, right? Like, what's the difference between, like if you have 15% Italian, if nothing you do is related to Italy, right? Like your family is entirely Swedish, right? Or Yemeni, right? Like that's why those tests are very strange in the construction of identity, because they actually go against actual identities, right? Yeah, he who laughs. I think the ones in the Louisiana bayous are cypress trees. Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah. There's a fun book called American. Okay, interesting. Emmy Sigalo. The DNA line is ridiculously diluted, but the meme brief line is possibly stronger if the culture was insular, powerful. I don't like. I mean, what does that mean? Stronger, right? Powerful, sustainable. That's very strange language to apply to genetics. Like it's very. Like I think I know what you're trying to say, and I don't think you're trying to say it in a weird way, but it just comes off as weird to me personally, because I guess like for me, like the language of race science is very, I don't like it. But like the people that think that some genetic test tells you who you are, again, are missing the point about. Oh, okay, yeah. It's not about genetics. It's about one's traditions, right? Exactly. Like, again, like I was raised Mexican and Sephardic, right? Like that's what I know, right? That's so that's why, like, my family makes kosher tamales for Hanukkah, right? My great grandfather believed X, and he passed that down. I mean, again, it's not even like believe, right? It's like because identity is constructed over time, right? Because like national identities didn't exist prior to the 19th century, right? I can put away some tamales. Yeah, like for Hanukkah, that's what I make. I make kosher tamales, which just means I don't use lard. Okay, like that's because instead I use oil. Because for Hanukkah you have to eat oily food. So, but I mean, anyway. Also, yes, if you'd like to help me out with my research, you can always do so by going to my Throne. As you see here, the book is already 40-something% funded. So, I mean, if you're German and a Slav adopted you and raised you, you're Slav, right? I mean, exactly. Like, for example, like. It's like Avi Schleim says, right? Like he uses the term Arab Jew to refer to Jewish people that actually were born and lived in Arab countries, right? Not Mizrahi, right? Mizrahi is describing, or what it's supposed to describe, are people who are the descendants of people who once lived in Arab countries, right? But like Sephardim, that's just recognizing of a specific place in time, in this case Sepharad, right? Or Iberia, Spain, where, oh my goodness gracious. Oh, thank you so much, Socaudio. Thank you so much for contributing to the purchase. Oh my goodness, it's been fully funded. Thank you so very much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Truly, you're all so kind and so sweet, and like this really means a lot to me. Like all of this stuff, like the amount of generosity and how much it has helped my research is, like I said, I wish I could say more than just thank you, you know? Um, I should change that throne profile. It used to be, oh, thank you so much, leftist audiophile. I appreciate that. Books mean the world to Shakespeare. That's true. They do mean the world to me. Um, ever since I was a little kid, I've always loved reading. Um, so again, I really appreciate those of you that have sponsored um, the books for my research, because they are so valuable, and they mean so much to me. Truly, I appreciate it. Um, Memes are the DNA of culture. What? Sure. I guess I think I understand what you're trying to say, but yes, books are definitely my thing for sure. Um, but again, thank you. I really appreciate it. Um, Arabic music, Arabic clothing, Arabic food. What fiction book have you loved the most? Oh, fiction book. That's a good question. Um, okay. Let me just transition out really quickly because I want to make sure I get the title correctly. Okay. Um, I think it's. Let's see here. Uh, the one that I like is um this one. It's called The People Immortal by Vasily Grossman. He wrote 3 novels about the Second World War. Particularly, he was a journalist who was on the front lines, who actually was in Stalingrad during the siege of Stalingrad. And Life and Fate is also really, really good. And Stalingrad is like this big. It's. I mean, again, because it's about his time in Stalin during, you know. Um, but it's very, very good. It talks about the first months of the German invasion of the Soviet Union, so the beginning of Operation Barbarossa, and how like the people are able to overcome, right? Overcome what they are faced with, right, by the Nazis being there. Yeah. It's called The People Immortal by Vasily Grossman, who was he was a reporter, and also he's known because he kind of does that thing that's now more common now, where like reportage and fiction, right, interlink in the way how he's telling the story. And so what you see is very vivid descriptions. Like I remember the discussions of like how the Soviet army, like one of the battalions or one of the groups that they have, that they're like hiding in the forest, right? But that they have to have someone, right, to bring the telephone wire and the telephone, right? So then that way the commander can call, right? And so it's like, throughout this field you have this like very, very, it's like just the images in it are so vivid. And I just, again, like I said, it's very good. Very good. As a book lover myself, I couldn't think of a single it is a tough question, right? And so I'm trying to think of a book that I could at least say, yeah, it's one of those books that's up there for sure. I don't think I could say it's like, oh, completely all time. There are many, but that's the one that came to mind. Vasily Grossman's The People Immortal, because there's just something so beautiful about the description of like being in a field of sunflowers, right? Knowing that you're actually behind enemy lines and that they have no idea that you're there, right? It's like this feeling that's both like ethereal but also terrifying. It's very good. It's very good. Barbarossa equals Redbeard. Yep, indeed. For me, it was Swan's Way. Ooh, yes. I mean, it's a multi-volume novel, but yes, À la recherche des temps perdus is very good.
Military today, the Bedouins have largely been doing the same thing in that whole time period, bringing their herds through the desert, waging intertribal war between clans, and all that. The Arabs...
Oh my gosh. Okay, yeah, this right here, the Semitic homeland. These are not Semites. There's no such thing as a Semite, right? Like, he's literally doing 19th century race science, but okay. Because there's Judea, but there's also other places like Samaria, right, where the Samaritans live. Aramean. I mean, like, this is a language. Akkadian is a language too. Like, this is very frustrating. But yeah, to say this is the Semitic homeland is very strange, because there are Semitic. I mean, Egyptian was what the Egyptians spoke was a Semitic language. Amharic, which is spoken in Ethiopia, is a Semitic language, right? Like, that's why it's part of the Afro-Asiatic language family, right?
Had attacked the neighboring peoples of the Fertile Crescent for 3,000 years before Muhammad. The Akkadians, Babylonians, and even Jews were previous Arab peoples that had carved out kingdoms in the civilized world.
Whoa, what? Okay. Now he just said something that I've never... Yeah, Ethiopia, the other Semitic homeland. Arabians attacked for 3,000... Yes, 3,000 years. Exactly. It's like, no. And he just said the Jews were a previous Arab people. Oh, bro. I think you just lost the chance of ever being admitted into the state of Israel. Like, I think this is at least a 10-year ban right here. Yeah, this is wildly bad history. Like, bruh, like, you just said the Jews are the descendants of the Arabs. Oh, my goodness. This man, I know. It's like, wow. I had no idea, Oh, so this whole time I was actually Arab. Oh, wonderful. Good to know. The Arabs, like, yes, before Proto-Arabic was even a language, there already were Arabs. Let alone, like, the earliest forms of Arabic. Because, of course, this is bad. This is why when I saw this, I'm like, it's going to talk about stuff I can talk about, right? Like Jewish history. And also, like, another area just of interest in my research that I like to do sometimes, right? Particularly, did not expect this. Yeah, I have never watched a video from him because I just started my history journey. I got told to avoid this channel like the plague. Yeah, avoid him like the plague. But like, this is wow. Like, this is like literally to say that even the Jews were just an Arab tribe that eventually blah blah blah. That's that is Freedom of speech, brother. Yeah, that's right.
world. The Semitic peoples have shared many deep cultural similarities for their whole story. The brilliant German...
I mean... Oh, no. Oh. Boy Meets Minnie. Oh, no. Indian civilization. Aryan hero tales. What does that even mean? No, I'm gonna take away the subtitle just for a quick second, just so I can see all of this. Tendencies? I don't even know what that's supposed to mean. Indian Buddhism, okay. 6 classical systems, okay. Lost. Aryan hero tales. Oh my gosh, this is so bad. There are so many red flags. Like right now, I'm just like the Brahmanas, the Vedas, the Upanishads, the Sutras, 0. Yoga, Vedantas, Sankhya. I mean, I don't even know what tendencies is supposed to stand for. But I like how, like, classical, which of course means like Greece and Rome, you have the birth of grand myth and new god feeling. Homer, Hercules, and Theseus, right? Like somehow the European stuff gets to cross over here. Hesiod, the cosmogonies, mystical, metaphysical shaping of a new world outlook. I need to see how exactly he thinks that origin and or origin, or usually it's pronounced origin, and the Talmud. Also, how is that Arabian? Okay, now this is like a whole new level. So the Talmud is not even Jewish; it's actually an Arab text. Okay, that was only developed after AD 1, right? Enlightenment, belief and reason, the cult of nature, plus the sofas, Indian Buddhism. What the? There was no India pre-Raj. This fucking guy. I know, and I'm just like, what does tendencies mean? And Aryan hero tales, like, bro, you need to describe what this is. The Brahmanas are awfully close to the top. Yeah. Reformation. I don't see how the third thing down should be the Reformation, because that happened a lot later, but okay. Orpheus, Dionysus. How do Orpheus and Dionysus cause a reformation? Like, they're 2 Greek gods. How do they reform the Greek religion? Right? Like, that doesn't make any sense. Nestorians, Monophysites. I mean, usually these sometimes they're seen as interchangeable, because Nestorian Christians are the ones who sided with Nestorius, right, in the monophysite controversy, right, and saying that in Jesus there is one will, right, which is what it's talking about. Where did Puritans come from? How do they work? I have no idea. The opposition of idealistic and real. So the opposition of these 2 things. And also here he has, Jan Hus, Luther, and Calvin, but I'm just like, mysticism and scholasticism, legends of the saints. No. Usually, if we're talking about the saints, they're called lives of the saints. Saying legends is like, so when we're talking about history, right, and we're talking about specific narratives, right? Anything that involves the gods is a myth, right? Anything that involves human beings is a legend. That's the typical distinction, right? You can watch David's video on this where he talks about euhemerism, right? Where, historians do not take this belief that, all myth, it can be explained via some historical precedent, right? But this is but pre-Socratics are the ones. So the pre-Socratics essentially invented the dialectic. Okay, fine. Not true, I don't think. But Jewish and Persian, bro, How can Jewish and Persian literature, two non-Arab peoples, be Arabian? That doesn't even make sense. Like, Persian is literally an Indo-European language, right? And Jewish is a Semitic language. Like, it doesn't make any sense. It's a northwestern Semitic language that's related to Arabic, right? Like shalom, salam, right? Fitna, right? For fig, etc., right? Bait, etc., etc. Legend equals the cult of science. Yeah, much more wine drinking for sure. I think the parts labeled with 1, 2, and 3 are actually supposed to be row labels. It is an eyesore. Oh, I see. So they're supposed to be across the board. I see. Even ChatGPT would make it more accurate than this. I love how this whole list is just ramming pseudo historical concepts into Eurosymmetry. Yeah, this chart is so bad. I couldn't even tell that this was supposed to be across the board. And also here, randomly, he just has Merovingian, which I don't know if he's trying to say that, like, because he has the Felahin here, but he has the Merovingians here, but these are all, like, none, like, only this could even have the Merovingians. Like, the Merovingians didn't exist in 1500 BCE. Geometry before algebra, yeah, very poorly made, yeah. So, opposition of idealistic stuffs is you have the Upanishads, pre-Socratics, Jewish and Persian literatures that are somehow Arabian, Galileo and Descartes, and also mysticism. Like, I still don't get that. Mysticism exists in all cultures. How could it just be Western culture? Let alone, like, the Talmud. Like, again, to say it's Arabian literature is very just interesting. Yeah, there was geometry and arithmetic before algebra. And whatever happened in India was lost. Sure, fine. Because Al-Uqaidisi only named his treatise that literally, like, introduced, the concept of zero and the decimal point under the title on the Hindu art of reckoning, because it was lost, right? So functions and analysis. What does that even, like, what does he mean by functions? Like, functions of what? Like, functions as, like, in mathematics, right? Like a quantity density function? Or, like, what are we talking about? Okay. No. Geometry does predate algebra. That's why I said yes. Like, that's technically correct. Yes. Al-Jabr, like, it's from an Arabic word, right? Al-Jabr. So, like calculus before Ramanujan. Yeah. Aren't there functions in algebra? Yeah, I think he means, like, calculus. Is he saying the Merovingians was the global view before all these columns split? I have no idea. Like, I don't even know why the Merovingians are here, because it looks like it applies to all 4 categories. I love how he divides classical with Western. I know. It's like, obviously the Greeks, right, have nothing to do with Western civilization. The Greeks and Romans, yeah, they have nothing to do with the West. Also, by the way, if I could make sure that I have a mod in Twitch chat, I would appreciate it. Let's see here. The sutras, Puritanism? I don't understand. Like, Puritanism is a distinct religious movement, right, that meant to purify the Church of England. It's not like a conceptual frame that you can just apply to everything. Like the Pythagorean society, I don't even know what that means. Like, I mean, Pythagoras did have like a cult, I guess, but like Pythagoras was also invited to be the court philosopher of the Persian Empire. So like, you know, and then Muhammad, like icon, like mystic impoverishment of religion. Like it's kind of a strange thing to like say that there was an impoverishment of religion by the Prophet Muhammad because they were iconoclasts, because the Jewish people were already iconoclastic, or like that was already a thing. Yes, Narwhal, if yeah. Ethical social ideals of life, Hellenism. I have no idea. Like this is why I'm actually stopping to like, we need to look at this, because okay, like from a historical point of view, let's see how we can apply the Merovingian to Fellahin chart. So Muhammad, iconoclast. So he's saying that being iconoclastic is an impoverishment of religion. But then he's counting Pythagorean society, whatever that means, as being iconoclastic and related to that. So I don't really get that. The Puritans, the Jansenists, I mean, again, like iconoclasm is, I don't even know, like it's just a strain of thought, in particularly in monotheistic religions. Narwhal, since you're in Twitch chat, can you see all of the previous messages? Just asking.
Historian Oswald Spengler, in fact, like to say that the Islamic Caliphate...
Oh, wait. Not Oswald Spengler. No. Ugh, mein Gott. Oh, Olami, Lama Tabaktani. Okay. Okay, so next row. Enlightenment, belief, and reason, cult of nature. The sutras, the sophists, Sufism. This makes a wait. How is Sufism related to the sophists and the sutras and the encyclopedists of the French Revolution? Like, I don't see the connection here. Like, the cult of nature, I mean, you can say that, oh, that the encyclopedists led to the cult of reason, which was a thing that happened in revolutionary France, but I don't see how Sufism fits, or the sophists. I mean, they just happened sequentially, I guess. Pythagoras invented, yeah. Let's see. Zenith of mathematical thought. I'm sorry, but this is like zero. Zero did change the game, but it wasn't the zenith of mathematical thought in India. Like, I don't know what to tell you, bro. Like, conic sections, so more geometry, spherical trigonometry. So oh my goodness gracious. Oh, thank you so much, October. Wow, 15 months. I can't believe it. Thank you so very much for your resubscription. I appreciate it. 15 months of talking history. So I'm guessing he's trying to connect it to like the astrolabe, right, and their calculations to like always know how to pray to Makkah, right? The infinitesimal problem. I need someone to remind me what this is, because I don't remember the infinitesimal problem. It's not something that... Oh, I really love that emote though. I'm so glad that I got it. It's so cute. Oh my goodness, thank you so much, Link Retro. with the Prime subscription. I appreciate that. Oh, we have a hype train incoming. So that means that if you'd like for a hype train to happen, if you were to gift a sub or get your own subscription or gift bits or things like that on Twitch, we could actually get a hype train going. Is it that some infinities are bigger and smaller than other infinities, or the concept of infinity? Well, if it is, then that would be relating to set theory, right? Wouldn't it? But I could be wrong. I've been wrong before, so since we have a hype train, wait, so things are progressing left to right. That's what I don't get. Like, I don't know if it's supposed to be like moving along, and like, you know what I mean? Like, oh, it's supposed to be sequential, because it technically is, but also I don't know. I don't know what to say. I'm just very confused. Let's see here. Since we're very close to a gosh, this should be, oh, there we go. Since we're very close to a hype train, we're going to start playing the hype train. We're going to play the hype train music. Okay? Make sure to stay hydrated. So yes, we have 2 minutes and 10 seconds if you would like to donate bits, if you would like to gift any subs, or get a sub for yourself. That will activate the hype train and we can get it going. Is it that some yeah. Yes, to many, many more months of, yes, stay hydrated. So, if everybody's ready, it's dealing with numbers so small they are basically zero. Ah, okay. So, since we might have a hype train, I'm going to, oh my goodness, thank you so very much, October, for the tier 1 sub to DJ. Thank you. So, since we are going to have a hype train, we're going to play the hype train music. I hope everyone enjoys it.
Thing we haven't done in a while. So, over the last week or so, there's been a lot of attention paid to a music video we're going to get into in just 1 second. Yes, sir. Big dick, big dick. Big.
Oh, dick, dick, dick. 3 big guys.
Look like we playing tennis. He got a big
dick. I think his name Dennis.
I jerk his dick until that N-word finish. His dick big and green tastes just
it's like spinach. Dudes. I like when they send me all the nudes. That's all we're blue. He didn't have a clue.
He's sliding in and out my ass like he's cleaning out gutters. Dick bigger than a stick of butter. So big dick swinging up in the motherfucking hallway. He liked me and my friends.
Because we're all gay. We like dick.
I like his ass cause
Woo,
it's thick.
thank you so much for the gift subscription.
And dick is dry, so therefore
Or sit on the tip.
And it gets significantly
more vulgar.
like a lot more vulgar. 4
big guys, and they come on my eyes.
They eat my ass just like apple
pie.
If they keep fucking me like this, I
might just die.
They pipe my booty till I die. He licked my dick and the cum start dripping. I took a bite of his ass. It tastes like lemon pepper chicken. He threw me up in the my booty flipping. He dunked in his balls in my booty like he Scottie Pippen. Met the N-word last night. And I rode his
dick like a bike.
He's so thick, he looks like a dyke. But let's say hypothetically,
his name Mike
Jordan. He fucked me while recording.
Gordon. Yes, lemon pepper chicken. Yes.
This morning. Hands down, the greatest
news I received.
I love when I receive his BBC. 3
big balls.
Look like we played
tennis. He's got a big dick. I think his name Dennis.
I jerked his dick until that N-word finished. His dick big and green tastes just
like spinach. Dudes. I like when they send me all the nudes.
Had to make him
because the balls were blue. He didn't have a clue.
He's sliding in and out my ass like he's cleaning out gutters. Dick bigger than a stick of butter. So the big dick swinging up in the
motherfucking hallway.
He liked me and my friends.
Because we're all gay.
We like dick. I like his ass cause it's thick. And he going to fuck my butt till I shit and dick is dry, so.
Therefore, I spit on the tip. Okay. Since we actually do have now a hype train going, now I feel like I do have to play another song. I'm thinking either. Okay, let's go with poorly programmed. Let's go with poorly programmed NPC. Right. Woo, we're on level 2. Let's go, let's go. Oh my god. I like how it says Sneeko. Woo! Thank you so much for the bits. Rain. Oh my gosh, not Sneeko. Let's see. Woo! Yay! Thank you so much, October. Let's get this going. Let's go. Program NPC. Who has poorly programmed NPC? Programmed NPC. The NPC. Exactly. Yeah. Poorly programmed NPC. He's a poorly programmed NPC. Poorly programmed NPC. He's a poorly programmed NPC. Say. Okay, wonderful. So we hit a... We're technically still... Okay, we're 1 second away, so I think we're good. Yay, we hit a hype train success, level 2 hype train. Yes. 89%. Choo choo. Thank you, everybody. You're all so kind. Thank you so much for helping have that hype train. Amazing. Congratulations. I appreciate it. Thank you all for, joining in the little dance with me. Even you all on on YouTube. I'm very glad that you can also, join in the fun. So, woo, yes, let's go. now we must return to Rudyardology. Okay, Yoga Vedanta, great conclusive systems. How is Aristotle a conclusive system? Like Plato and how are they conclusive systems? I don't know what that means. Al-Farabi and Ibn Sina. I mean, I don't see, I don't see this like right here. I mean, I don't see the whole thing, but again, thank you all so much for the hype train. I always love playing the one with Ben Shapiro. I'll put it like that song. So we have Goethe, Kant, and Hegel. Okay. We have Sankhya, Cynics, and Cyrenaics. But isn't that just... Okay, does that refer just to the people that lived in Cyrenaica? Because that's like a very particular like place in the world. That's just like Eastern Libya. Communistic, atheistic sects. I mean... I think he means, like, I think he's confusing the fact that there is such a thing as historical materialism and is using it to describe communism as such, right? That it's, but, Comte, Darwin, and Spencer. Okay, so, by the way, he just outed himself in a very interesting way. By noting Comte, Darwin, and then Spencer, he's talking about Herbert Spencer, the guy that created the survival of the fittest when by applying it to races of people. So, just so you know, that's what he's talking about here. That was the freakiest Ben Shapiro I've ever seen. Yeah, for sure. It's one of the two. I'm gonna add another song too. Like every time we get a hype train on Twitch, I always, usually people play music, so I'm gonna put hype train music on. I still don't get what tendencies is supposed to mean. Ethical, social ideals of life, like tendencies. Like that just means like there are tendencies. Like they just exist as a thing. Hellenism, just Hellenism as such, just Hellenism. Movements. Yes, famously from the Arab world, they invented movements. At least Al-Khwarizmi. Yes, that's true. Yes, the OG song. Yes, yeah. You're still. I am, because like, look, this is sticking out to me. You know what I mean? Like I'm trying to like look at this and be like, what is he trying to say with this? Besides, I literally believe in race science. Cauchy and Riemann, Kantians, ethical socialism, practical fatalism, stoicism. Okay, I don't know.
That under Muhammad was an endpoint of already thousands of year-old civilization that stemmed back to the Jews under Moses. This argument does have some validity.
What? No, that argument does not have some validity. I don't know what on earth you're talking about.
To it, given that you can see an awful lot of cultural connections that stretch from Moses' time to Muhammad's. They all believe...
That's because they're both Abrahamic religions. Of course, there's going to be connections. They have the same base. Like, literally. In fact, we know that the Prophet Muhammad spent a lot of time with Jewish people that live in Yathrib, which is now known as Medina. Like, we know this. Like, that doesn't make any sense. That's the whole point. That's like saying, oh, there are similarities between Jesus and the Jewish people. No shit. Like, I wouldn't have ever thought. This is like your typical, this group has one variable in common, therefore they're all the same. Yeah, exactly. It's like, stretches back to Moses' time. A person who did not exist, right? And a description of an event that did not happen connects to a person that we do have evidence that they existed, right? Like,
in a harsh but loving, inhuman God that cared a lot about ritual taboos, like many in both Judaism, being the consumption of pork, circumcision.
Okay. When we're going to talk about pork, while I literally have pork belly on the screen, the area like the Levant and Arabia are not suitable places to have pork. Like, you cannot raise pigs there, right? they need certain types of environment, right? Where you find, like, the domestication of pigs, right, is in places like the Yangtze River Valley, etc., but not in the Levant, where it's too, like, there are climatological factors, topographical factors, right? Just like all of these different things. It's not like we just decided one day, like, we're just going to choose an animal somewhere out there in the world, right? And be like, we don't like that one, right? Like, that's going to be the one that both of us, we're all going to be against. No. It's that, one, it initially was an it would be, if it would have been introduced, right, would have been an invasive species, right? Like, if it would have been, like, wild, right? And it would have been given a chance to reproduce, right? Like, it would have destroyed the flora and fauna of the area, because, again, it's not conducive to having pork, having pigs. Warthogs also associated, yes, I mean, that too, because, I mean, there are some cultures in the world that do eat raw pork, although it's seasoned, right? It's not like just raw, it's still raw, but they add stuff to it, right? Kind of like, not exactly, but you know how, like, people will eat ceviche and, like, the shrimp are raw, but then they add lime and it cooks the shrimp. Which ones do we have evidence for? What do you mean, Philip? But yes, because again, there are many different things that you can get from pigs that are also not. But just like the area that we're talking about is known for its sheep herding and its goat herding. Ceviche is delicious though. Yeah, exactly. Right. And so is like aguachile, right? Because aguachile is said to, like, cook it a little bit more because you add chiles to the mix, right? So, like, the heat of the chile juice, right, adds to the cooking of the fish, right? But the difference is that, like, when, like, with fish, right, you can eat fish, they're considered kosher right out of the water. Like, if you catch it, it's kosher, right? It's only when other people are handling the fish that it becomes a question of, could there have been cross-contamination, right? Like, that's the big thing about kosher laws. Like, kosher, like, one of the things it's most focused on is not allowing for cross-contamination, right? So, evidence for biblical figures? None of them. I mean, we don't have evidence of anybody that is specifically mentioned in the Torah. There are some, like, of the people that lived in the, like, later prophets, that there is some evidence for, like Mordechai, etc., right? But, like, Moshe didn't exist, right? We know this because the story itself of the Exodus didn't happen. You know what I mean? Like, that we know from archaeological evidence. There was never a mass migration of people from, like, Joseph into... However, there was a kingdom in Lower Egypt, right, surrounded on the city of Addis, which is now completely, it's a archaeological dig site, that was depicted, right? Because the way how they would depict people from Asia, quote unquote, in this case I mean Southwest Asia, right, is that they would depict them with a slightly different colored skin. Because it's seen as already proven via, like, historical genetic studies. And again, I don't like to get into this, but the, like, light skin is something that was introduced by Near Eastern farmers, right? That they brought in light colored skin into what is now Europe, for example, because that's how they would get vitamin D. Whereas the Europeans of the time would have had dark skin, right, quote unquote. Again, I don't like to get too much in this. It's not something I like to get into, but what we do know is that the Jewish people were one of the many Canaanite tribes that eventually came to worship one particular god, right, and then began to associate other epithets of other gods with that one, right? And like while it was made into a single god, right? You will still see former Canaanite gods' names being used to refer to the one God, right? Like Yah or El, right? Those were two different gods in the Canaanite pantheon. But both Eliyahu, right, or Netanyahu, right, that has the word God in it, right? But it's Yah, right? But that refers, and that's also what people like to pronounce in the unpronounceable name that we have of Hashem, who again, Hashem means the name. Like we literally, like when Jews refer to God, we call him the name. But also El, like El was a specific god, usually associated as being like a storm god, a thunder god, and then but then you have Israel, right? One who fights with God, right? Or one who fights with, I get caught in the weeds, so to speak, trying to avoid people, trying to prove or disprove. Well, for me, I'm only looking at this from the perspective of a historian of Jewish history, right? That is what we know, right? Because there is the Baal cycle, right? Which is a religious text that pre-exists, right? Like Proto-Hebrew, or rather ancient Hebrew, right? And that pre-exists the first writings of the Jewish people, or what would become the Jewish people, right? Where they're still referring to all the different gods, right? And you can see a lot of the elements for what happens in the Torah also being found in the Baal cycle, which is Baal, Baal, right? Because that means Lord in Hebrew, right? Like someone who, like, I don't know, boy meets mini. I don't know if there is quite a term like this for people that are, because I'm not, I guess it technically wouldn't be a Christian, wouldn't be talking about Christians, but like if there is a term for people who stopped being observant of like Hindu stuff, like Hindu traditions, etc., and then returned to it, right? Is there a term for that? Because in Judaism there is, and that's a Baal Teshuvah, right? Which means a Lord of repentance, right? Because I know people see the word Baal and they say Baal, etc., and they associate it with like, oh, the Canaanites that were worshiping some evil, blah, blah, blah. But like that term literally just means Lord, right? Like Beelzebub, right? It's Baal Ze'ebo, sounds like Thor, yeah. So again, that's what I'm saying, like purely from the sense of Jewish history, that is like our understanding, right? That is the consensus in the field of understanding how the Jewish deity is a composite of other Canaanite peoples. Because even in the Tanakh, even in the Torah, you have specifically, and then they essentially saying, and then they intermarried with, these people, right? Gosh, why am I forgetting their name right now? The ones that originally built Jerusalem. I'm forgetting their name right now. So Baalbek. Wait, that could be related, but I'm not too sure. I would have to check. Because that's where they had the Temple of Jupiter, if I remember correctly. I don't remember. Oh, gosh, why am I forgetting it? No. Anyway, we can just move on. But like Lord, that's just what Baal means, right? And there are other things you can say, right? To the point where like there are words in Hebrew, like a religious Jewish person could never say the term that when you usually see the Yud K Vav K, right? Like the tetragrammaton, as it's called, right? The 4 letters. We don't say those letters, right? We say another word. But there are terms in modern Hebrew like Adonai, right? Which means like which means similar to that, right? Like Adonai Bubot, right, means like puppet master. Like that's literally like someone who, like, you know, does, you know, like puppet shows, right? Intermarriage. Well, no, but like the people, I can't remember the name of the people that are the original, like the people that already are in Jerusalem when the conquest of Canaan, as it's called, right, occurs. They conquer Jerusalem, but then they say, you know, oh, we beat them, but we're just going to live amongst them, right? And so that's where we understand that, historically speaking, right, it's proof that, again, that the different Canaanite tribes just intermarried all the time. And that's why we know that, like, the Palestinians, right, who were, one could say, Arabized, perhaps, or whatever it might be, right, that were, you know, that became Muslim or that became Christians over time, right, are also people from that same area, right? They're also related to the Jewish people of that area. But that, like, you know, I can't remember the name. I don't know why. I keep wanting to call them the Benjaminites, but I feel that's not their name.
They despise icons. They both had prophets rise up to give them a strict moral code around which they could construct their societies.
Like this too, like the strict moral code, Christians misunderstand it though. They think that the 10 Commandments are it, right? But Judaism has 613 commandments, biblical ones, Torah commandments, and 3 rabbinical ones, which is Hanukkah, Purim, and then, you know, just, well, the other one isn't really relevant, but the point being that, like, to celebrate Hanukkah, because again, because that event happened after the fact, right? It happened after the Tanakh. It's not included in the Jewish canon in that way. So, like, the strict mode of, like, the Jewish belief is that, is that at Matan Torah, right, you see the painting, right, it's supposed to be Moshe with all of these millions of people, right? Like, whatever number it says in the Torah, that however many people were there, you can expand this number even more by saying that there was a transtemporal event, right? There was a transtemporal event that all of the souls of all of the Jewish people that will ever be were present at Har Sinai. Oh my goodness, thank you so very much, Gothic Bunny. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, Raider. Welcome streamer. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome in. It's so nice to see you. I hope you had a good stream. Oh, hello. Hello, Cam. It's good to see you. Yes, welcome in, welcome in. It's so nice to see all of you. Oh, I like that little baby Yoda kiss. That's so cute. Oh, thank you so much for the raid. Oh, it's going great. We're going over WhatIfAltHist, and we're only 7 minutes in a 42-minute video, but we've already gone into a lot of depth. But it's going great. It's going great. Definitely excited about it, but it's going well. It's going well. It's good to see you, Gothic Bunny. I hope that all is doing well. But yes, everyone, please make sure, if you haven't already, to follow me on Twitch if you would like to. Make sure to refresh, that way you get counted as a viewer. And again, I don't know if a mod could shout you out, or I guess I could. Here, there we go. Make sure to follow Gothic Bunny. I really would appreciate that. But yeah, it's going well. We're going over some Jewish history and some other parts of history as well. So definitely, if you want to, you know, get cozy, you know, and do some learning, here, this is your time. No, just so anyway, so all the souls, because Jews believe in reincarnation. This is why the idea of the resurrection is kind of an issue with that, and, you know, but that's a whole different conversation. That we were all present at Sinai, right? At Har Sinai, at Matan Torah, the giving of the Torah. And if you remember the story, right, like the story of the golden calf, Moshe went up to the top of Har Sinai, right, and was talking with Hashem, was talking with God, right? God was telling him, yes, thank you so much for lurking, I appreciate it, was talking to God, and God was teaching him the Torah, like literally in the beginning, you know, Bereshit, Bereshit Yirba, Elokim, Elokim ba'a ha'aretz, hashamayim ve'et ha'aretz, right? In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth, right? So you have that. Then you have so that's the written Torah. Then you have the oral Torah that was also given at Sinai. And Christians usually don't recognize the oral Torah because when it eventually got written down in stages, first the Mishnah, which means that which is remembered, right? Like, and then second the Gemara, that became the Talmud, right? So that's like interpretations on the written Torah. The tablets that people associate with, right? So Moshe went up 40 days, 40 nights, right, up to the top of Har Sinai. They could, the people, right, the Israelites or the Hebrews, they could not wait for him to come down, right? They thought that he was never going to come back, right? So what do? Aharon, right, the son of Moshe, etc., right, essentially were told that they should allow for the people to make the golden calf, right, to like melt all their gold, etc., right? So then they do the golden calf incident. Moses comes back with the tablet saying, I have the 10 sayings, not the 10 sayings of Hashem. That's how Jewish people call them, the 10 sayings. Sees that they're worshiping the golden calf because they built it on day 39, right? Like they couldn't wait that last day for 40, right? They couldn't wait for that 40th day to end. So that's when it happens. That's why he throws down the tablets, right? Destroys them, and then has, you know, all of the people that did worship and did contribute to the building of the golden calf, right? To essentially for them to be, you know, they are no longer part of the group. And so then he goes up another 40 days and 40 nights because now he has to get new tablets, right? So that happens. And also all of the gold is turned into like dust that fills the, you know, the desert eternally, you know, blah, 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 right? That's kind of how the story goes. Moses goes back up, another 40 days and 40 nights. This time the people wait, right? And then, you know, then that's when you have the whole, like, the rest of the journey, right? Everything else that happens, right? But the point being that at Man Torah, at the giving of the Torah itself, all of the souls of all of the Jewish people that will ever exist were already there. So it was already a set amount, and that we just reincarnate generation into generation. That's why there's a saying in Judaism, there is a Messiah in every generation, right? The Messiah could be anybody that's Jewish, but there are also messiahs as such, right? At least the idea of the Messiah. That is to say that they help the Jewish people, right? They in some way in every generation, right? So like putting it like this, like, oh, they just give you a really strict code of what to do and not to do. That isn't quite the case, because the whole point is that eventually you get disputes between people about what should be, like, what is Jewish law gets codified in the Shulchan Aruch, right? The first one, which was written down by Rabbi Luria, right? The Shulchan Aruch, which means the set table. That's what that means. And then you have other Shulchan Aruchot that are also expanded on. And I have like the Kitzur Shulchan Aruch, which is like the the codification of all the laws, but it's sort of like I don't want to say like it's like a condensed version essentially, right? It is condensed, but it's also not condensed because it does come with the commentaries. So anyway, so like I have that just in the other room, right? So when people talk about like Jewish law, they're not talking about the Talmud. The Talmud is not that. The Talmud is discussions that rabbis have had, right? Disputations that they have had over the centuries about how is it that we were like Rabbi Akiva said this, right? That, when it comes to, like, for example, you're not supposed to leave town on Shabbat, right? Like, you're not supposed to leave the limits of the town. But technically speaking, right, like, according to, again, a discussion that occurs in the Talmud, if someone were to leave food right at the edge of town, right, and you were in another town, right, and because you can't cross over to go to, because you're in the other town, since the food is there on the border, the question would be, would you be able to take up that food, right? I know it sounds silly, right? But and I chose a silly example, but the point being that like that's what that's what so much of this, there are people that saying, why would you leave a sandwich in the middle of nowhere? You know what I mean? There are people that ask these questions, right? And that's what rabbis are supposed to do. That's what Bachrim are supposed to do. We're supposed to argue with this, right? Like be like, well, you're leaving food, but you're leaving it with the intentions of the blah, 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 right? Like it's, so then the question becomes, right? Technically, at the very edge of the city limits of a town, you could leave food for me on Shabbat and I could take it home. Or rather, I could eat it, because then it wouldn't be considered as me leaving the town, right? Because I couldn't carry, because that's another, again, I actually, one of my specialties when it came in being in yeshiva was Shabbat law. So technically, you couldn't carry the food away. So you would have to eat it right there. So yes, if you were to leave a sandwich out in the middle of nowhere, right at the, where one town ends and the other town begins, I could eat it there, but I couldn't carry like the little picnic basket you left me back to my house. Because then that is also against Jewish law. So anyway, again, I chose a silly example. I don't want people to like, it's very, it's all of this little intricacies. Sometimes it can be very intricate, but there actually is something to be said. That is that a general rule is if it's something of the Torah, it's better, like the way how we're supposed to rule as rabbis, right? Is, and if we're dayanim, right? If we're judges, right? Which is something like a rabbinical, a rabbi can be, they can be on a rabbinical court, is whether or not, right, these particular aspects, right, of whatever it might be, like are relevant in this particular case, right? So I'm choosing a silly example, but the typical way how the rulings go is if it's something that is stated explicitly in the Torah, it's best to, as it were, be more protective, right? Like to actually be more letter of the law, quote unquote, so to speak. Although I don't like using that because people love to use the phrase like, that Jewish people are legalistic and blah, 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 because that's not how that works. Whereas if it's something that has been done via custom or by, handing down of rabbinical responsa, et cetera, that then you would be more lenient towards the person, right? So if it's something in the Torah, you should rule more stringently. If it's something that's ruled from, outside of the Torah, you should rule more leniently, right? So that's typically what you're taught, right? Like that's what I was taught. That if I had to write a responsum or some kind of brief on any aspect of Jewish law concerning Shabbat, like if it's something that particularly pertained to something in the Torah, then then that is where you should rule more conservatively, quote unquote, right? But if it's something that is done through like Talmudic, like that's discussed in the Talmud, is discussed in the Shulchan Aruch, etc., right? Something that's outside of the Torah, then you can rule more leniently in the case, right? You can say, well, we have to rule on the side of the individual because they might not understand XYZ thing, right? I mean, it's the same reason why, like, I know people like to bring up, like Christians like to bring up these punishments, but the standards of evidence are so high, even of testimony are so high, that it almost never results in someone even being even back in the day, it didn't result in people being harmed, right? Because it's like you have to have known it was wrong. Other people, at least so many amount of people must have tried to stop you. You had to know that, like you had to do this action willingly, right? Which is different from knowing that you were doing the action. This is you not only knew, but that you were intentionally trying to break the laws of Shabbat, right? To desecrate the laws of Shabbat, right? And then, other aspects, right? I don't want to get now I'm getting too particular, but yeah. So anyway, because I know I'm getting a little bit too into the weeds, and I don't want to necessarily do that. Yeah. Oh, that's such a cute little emote, October. So, let's see here. Okay. Okay. Oh, I need to see that then. Okay. On Twitch, if you would please get in the machine so we could head over to our friend Peacefire Now. So that way we can make sure to tell Peacefire Now hello. Make sure to tell Peacefire Now hello. And that, that I appreciate the channel's work and everything. Yes, thank you all for being here. I really appreciate each and every one of you that were here. We'll definitely have to get back to this Rudyard video because it turns out to be far more than I anticipated. So we'll definitely do that. So anyway, until the next stream, everyone. Thank you. Okay, YouTube. Let's see here. Does anyone see what what's it called? Sasha, do you see what the poll numbers are? I can't see the poll for some reason. Just before I log off. Okay. Oh no, I see it now. It's tied. It's tied. So it's tied between Open Community Night and the book club. So I guess once Roxy gets a chance to be in the server, then we'll do the book club, okay? So we'll do the Open Community Night then. Okay, I'll see you all in the Discord. Okay. See you all very, very